and you'll report the MVAR readings at the intervals that I'll give you.
81 copies.
82 copies.
Fala galera, muito bom dia. Na câmara Airlock e daqui a pouquinho estão abrindo aí a escotilha e estarão iniciando a atividade extra veicular ali, né? Fora da Estação Internacional Espacial aí continuarão os trabalhos relacionados aos painéis solares.
duo are just at the beginning of their planned 6.5-hour spacewalk. They're getting a sunrise over the South Pacific Ocean, and we're getting great high-definition views from their helmet cameras right now. They just finished performing buddy checks, and you heard the ground divee Zena Cartman telling them to take their time. Of course, they have done spacewalk training, including here on the ground at the Johnson Space Center here in Houston is a laboratory called the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory, where they practice these things underwater. It is a very good analog for understanding what it's like in the microgravity environment, but the two of them now are first-time spacewalkers, so they're going to take some time on the outside of the hatch to just get used to understanding the differences between performing the spacewalk in a pool with the resistance of water and having no resistance in the vacuum of space. Their translation path or their movement out to the work site is all the way out on the wings of the International Space Station on the solar arrays. So they do have quite a bit of translation to go to, so they're just sort of getting their bearings, making sure they understand their movements before they make that journey. And once again, we have another increment gap in communication from the International Space Station. We mentioned being over the South Pacific Ocean at this time. Throughout today's spacewalk, we'll see gaps like these. The space station communicates by way of geosynchronous satellites called the TDRS network, tracking and data relay satellites. We'll get intermittent gaps of audio and video. Sometimes we regain the audio a little bit earlier. Just as now you're hearing the audio come from the International Space Station, so we'll be regaining that shortly. Teams here in Mission Control Houston are monitoring today's spacewalk, as well as the International Space Station and the crew inside. It'll be the teams here that are walking our astronauts through today's procedures. Zena Cartman, you see in the middle there, with the black blazer and the white shirt, that is NASA astronaut Zena Cartman, ground divee. It's her voice that's being communicated from all the work that the teams are doing here in Mission Control Houston. She's translating that up to the crew.
It's an awesome view here.
And standby 1, Koichi, we're actually checking on the SEUs in the airlock.
Okay.
We're having the IV crew check on that through the hatch window.
Okay.
Koichi, just for your awareness, on your left side, your tethers are over the top of the VRT. It's going to be a problem just when you, after you get that bag off. It's going to...
Yes, I understand that. Yeah, okay. I see that. Thanks. That's a good check.
Your tethers in the way.
Good.
Okay, crew, we're back with you. We did see one of the SUs came out of its pouch, but we are actually good with that as long as the thermal cover is tended closed. And so with that, you can go ahead and start translating. EV1, you'll be translating out to the anchor hooks that are nadir of the starboard seating arch. Duke, if you can tend the hatch thermal cover closed, that's very helpful. Continue your translation adaptation.
Okay, thermal covers tended closed.
Okay, Vivo copy. Start translating.
And the journey begins now that they've done all that they can on the outside of the airlock's hatch, getting all of their tools, attaching it to their body restraint tether, making sure their tethers are in a good configuration, sort of doing an adaptation. Now we're following Koichi Wakata with the high-definition camera, and he's translating or moving out to the work site, so he's going to begin his journey out.
You guys are looking great. And just a reminder as you translate to also keep your cable bags and strap bags in your scan so that they don't hit anything either.
Copies. Mr. Copies.
For those just tuning in, we're following along by way of the helmet camera of Koichi Wakata. They've exited the hatch and started their spacewalk officially at 7:14 a.m. Central Time. Did some buddy checks and made sure they had all their tools attached to them. You can see there, attached to his body restraint tether, Koichi Wakata has a cable bag in tow. Right now he's heading over to the S4 truss section of the truss. He's going to leave that cable bag there and then go to the 1B work site. They're splitting up to begin with. Koichi Wakata is going to drop off that bag and then finish up tightening some bolts on the fully constructed mounting platform that's on the 1B truss. He's just got to use that pistol grip tool or basically a cordless drill to tighten some bolts. Not much work there. It's really just going to take the first hour of his task, while Nicole Mann, by call sign Duke, will be hearing that over Space to Ground today. She's going to go over to directly to the 1A worksite with the strut bag in tow. That strut bag has the mounting platform itself in it, so she'll begin the construction there while Koichi Wakata finishes up the construction on the 1B site. And then for the remainder of today's spacewalk, the two will focus on working together to construct that mounting platform on the 1A channel.
Looking good, Koichi. You'll be keeping eyes out for S3 handrail 3011 for your antenna.
Copy that. I see that here.
In the middle of the frame there, you can see a digital camera. The lens is the thing that makes it the most apparent, but it's covered with insulation to protect it from the thermal environment outside the International Space Station. So Koichi Wakata will be able to take some photos, both for engineering purposes to show the work that they're doing, as well as take some beautiful photos of Earth and of the work outside.
Copy, Koichi. And that's S1 handrail 3217. Touching there. That's to Duke's center hook. Okay, Duke's center hook is attached to S1 3217, gate closed, hook locked, and Duke, we have a go to release your waste cutter from the airlock unit center.
Copy. In work.
Houston, copy. Is looking good.
Features waste cutter is released from the airlock D-ring extender. Thermal cover is closed.
We copy. Release from the airlock D-ring extender and thermal cover closed. With that, you can start translating Duke out to the 1 Alpha work site. You just take it slow and easy, and before you cross the Sarge, check that your gauntlets are in place. And same for you, Koichi, as you head out to S4. Make sure that your gauntlets are in place before you cross the Sarge.
Copy that. Gauntlets are in place. I'm going to go to the full work site.
Perfect. From phase 1, you'll be trending zenith to the non-radiator edge, looking for S4 handrail 2219 when you get out there.
Copy that. 2219. safety tethers and good config.
You guys are looking good. Koichi, we'll have you just continue to take it nice and slow and easy. Make sure we keep your meta trending average for the rest of the EVA.
Copy that.
Okay, EVA is coming up the toolboxes.
Copy, Duke.
For those following along, you're seeing a split screen here from the high-definition helmet cameras on both of our spacewalkers today. Koichi Wakata making his way out to the 1B channel. He's going to stop along the way, and he's got a cable bag in tow on his body restraint tether. And has some of the cables for some of the secondary work as well as GoPros, some of the other tools and materials that they need for the non-primary work that they're doing, while Nicole Mann, or call sign Duke, has the strut bag. That's the primary thing that they're doing. Nicole Mann just finished up her work. She had to make sure the thermal cover on the EVA hatch was closed and make sure there's no thermal fluctuation inside of the crew lock where they just exited to begin today's spacewalk. Both of them now translating or moving out to their respective work sites. Now we're getting high definition views. This is Nicole Mann, call sign Duke. She's wearing the suit with no stripes, and she's got that giant bag with her. That's the strut bag that has the mounting platform that they're going to be installing today. Both of them will be working on the 1A channel. Koichi Wakata's got to make a stop first to work on the 1B, but Nicole Mann's going to get started right away, so she's got that bag in tow. She'll be able to unbuckle some of the straps that are holding those components in place, retrieve some of the materials, and they'll be installing it one at a time. The ground teams have plenty of experience with this type of work. This will be the 6th modification kit, the 6th time that we've used these struts to attach to a mast canister. So they're prepared for any of issues or troubleshooting they need to do along the way. And that work will be being done soon. Right now we're just watching the translation or the movement.
Stand by, Koichi. You'll need to actually backtrack just a little bit. Let me give you a good handrail pass.
Okay. Okay, so I come down a little bit and then
Koichi, you're doing a good thing. You can head outboard from there. That was a good move going towards your feet.
okay, 2219 is what I have. So I keep going.
That's perfect. You'll be pausing here to stow the cable bag. So this is the inboard non-radiator corner. So that will be on handrail 2219 and 2215 using integral tethers with the handrail towards the radiator.
Okay. Okay, copy that. I see them. Actually, that was really close.
I'm coming underneath the MT.
Okay, copy that. I'm at the 10th location of the cable bag. mean, the pedestal orientation is the handrail away from the towards the radiator side. Is that right?
That's correct. The handrail towards the radiator. And Koichi, we'll actually have you hang out there for just a second. As we know, every MEDOX canister is a different character. Yours is trending a little bit high right now. So we'll just pause and make sure that we can maintain that good MEDOX canister for the rest of the EVA.
Okay, copy that.
Koichi, I'm passing our anchor hook, stay with trim.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, Koichi, thanks for hanging for a sec. We'll have you stow that cable bag, again with the handrail toward the radiator using 2219 and 2215.
Copy that.
Koichi, I'm just off of your right side.
Okay, copy.
We see you both. Looks like you've got good eyes on for deconfliction.
As you know, my gauntlets are down.
Copy, gauntlets down, Duke.
And I'm just going to pause right here until Koichi's done.
We copy. I like that plan, Duke.
Okay, cable bag is attached to handrail 2219 and 2215 with the handrail towards the radiator.
That's perfect. Good config. With that, you can fair lead on S4 handrail 2219, and we'll have you translate out to your green hook location. This will be outboard toward the S5, S6 interface, and then over the A-frame to the Zenith non-radiator side. And just a reminder to take it really nice and slow and easy. We've got that trending high MEDOX canister, so just take your time.
I'll do that. then I'm going to start translating.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Okay, safety feathers in good config.
Okay, Zena, I'm going to continue upwards.
Copy, Duke. You'll be following the keel side non-radiator edge, following handrail 2219, and continuing outboard to 2231.
For those following along, we're getting high-definition views from the outside of the International Space Station. The two spacewalkers are going to be splitting up for the first of their tasks. Koichi Wakata translating over to the 1B work site. He had a cable bag in tow along the way, and
Fala galera, respondendo umas perguntas rapidinho aqui. Sim, Leandro, a luz que estamos vendo aqui é a luz do Sol, tá? A Estação Espacial dá uma volta na Terra em torno de 90 minutos, certo? A uma altitude de mais de 430 km de altitude, né? Velocidade em torno de 27 mil km por hora para se manter em órbita. Então, dados momentos, a gente vai ver que eles estarão trabalhando no escuro, somente com as luzes ali dos capacetes, tá? E de vez em quando a gente vai ver até a luz, uma luz intensa lá, um brilho intenso, um ponto brilhoso que vai ser o Sol, tá? A nossa estrela aí, do sistema solar, né? Pois é, Maria, deve ser indescritível. Bootstore, pois é, né, cara, é muito cabo. E assim, ó, ali, acho que maior agonia seria, pode ver que eles têm ali os links de fixação para se manterem presos, né? Toda a movimentação é tudo muito bem calculado, né? Eles vão se movimentando passo a passo ali, né? Sempre tem um cabo conectado na sua estrutura ali. Bom dia, Darvos. Obrigado pela presença. Deixa o like, isso aí é muito importante. Olha lá, o sol lá no fundo, lá. Viu? Abaixo da luva dele ali. Então eles ficam cerca aí de 45 minutos na luz do sol e mais 45 em média ali, né? Varia um pouco a mais, um pouco a menos, dependendo da rota ali. É na sombra, né? Vocês vão observar nitidamente que eles estarão no escuro somente com as luzes dos capacetes. Certo, galera? Daqui a pouco a gente volta por aí.
Okay, Tina, I'm at 2060 at the 6. And I translate to the outboard to go to the left side of the correct?
Yeah, you'll be crossing to the radiator side, and on the radiator side, heading outboard to the mass canister. Oh, and yes, you will be going to the left side of the mod kit. With that, we'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check.
Okay. After I get there, or do I want me to do it now? Gloves are good. Happy is dry.
Copy. Good gloves and hat. And we also see that your gauntlets are
Can
down.
I keep translating?
Yes, you can.
Okay, copy that.
I got 2236 and 2251 for the bag, and I'm going to get one more.
Copy, Duke. And a big picture update for both of you. You're pretty much right on the timeline. And our limiting consumable right now is Medox with a 630 PET.
Copy.
So that's a good report from the ground IV, Zena Cardman. Along the way, the teams continue to monitor the progress through the procedures, as well as something called limiting consumables. The spacesuits that they're wearing has everything they need in terms of life support. It provides the pressure, the air, it provides water, it also provides battery power. Everything is portable as they do this work outside of the International Space Station. Now an hour into today's spacewalk, we planned for 6.5 hours. Everything seems to be on track in terms of the timeline and the limiting consumables. They'll continue to monitor this throughout as it could fluctuate, but right now we're looking good.
Until it's fully installed.
See that I translated up on the 2097 handrail on the canister, and then at the left side.
That's perfect.
I brought the bag down also on 2227. I'm going to head in to get the APFR.
All right, copy, Duke. With that, you can translate inboard to the starboard CETA with 1 and grab that APFR. Koichi, for you, once you're at the left collar bolts, you'll be going outboard under the VGA platform on the broom. Okay, you're there. You'll be opening the MOI around the mid-strut collar to access the collar bolts.
Okay. Okay, I see that. I open the MI. I can access the bolts, the collar bolts.
That's perfect. I've got a great view in your HECA now. Okay, I have PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Okay. I see a key to the handrail on the mid-strut. And I'm ready for PGT setting.
Okay, great. And just a quick reminder here, while you're BRT'd to that mid-strut handrail, minimize normal and torsional loads into the mid-strut. Your PGT settings will be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
So right now, Koichi Wakata is at the work site of the 1B channel. You can sort of see these struts on the right side of the mast canister. That's taking up most of the center of the frame there. The mounting platform on the 1B channel is constructed. He's got the pistol grip tool, basically a cordless power drill. They have cordless. They have the torque settings programmed into the tool, so they know exactly how much torque to work onto the various parts of the struts. So he's on the left side right now. He opened the multi-layer insulation, the white fabric, to access the bolt on the left side. So he'll be the first part of his task is to work on some of the bolts there.
And Zena, what's the approximate turn on the
Okay, Koichi, you'll be
those two bolts?
driving M29 and M30 to torque. We're expecting about 4 to 6 turns, looking for turn count, torque, and green light.
Copy that. 4 to 6 turns expected.
Hey, Zena, I've arrived at the roof. I'm going to pitch to golf on the WIFX.
Copy that, Duke.
Okay, Zena, I got a green light and torqued out. And I see torque is 25.5. 25.8, and the revolution is, I counted 3.5 visually, but it says revolution is 029 on the BGT.
Okay, copy. 25.8 on the torque and 3.5 turns counted visually. Looking for a green light as well, and to confirm that was M29?
That was the lower side, and you'll see a label here.
Right, Koichi, we're going to talk about the turn count on that one, but while we're doing that, you can go to the other bolts, and same number of turns expected, about 4 to 6, looking for torque and green light as well.
Great, copy.
So again, the pistol grip tool, that cordless power drill that Koichi Wakata is holding now, has the turn count and the torque settings. He's tightening with a clockwise rotation the different collar bolts on the left part of the mounting platform's strut. He tightened one, and as the ground teams assess that collar bolt settings, he'll be working on the next.
Copy, golf and knob popped out. You can retrieve the WIFX and APFR and stow it on your BRT when you're ready, and translate out to S4.
It works. It works.
Okay, Zena, I tried on the upper side. I visually confirmed the 2 turns, and then it just came up, and I see 2 left. And I don't see.
Koichi, you're coming in a little broken there. Could you repeat your last? I heard 2 turns and did not copy the rest.
Okay, Zena, I visually confirmed the 2 turns on the upper bolt, and I got the 2 lights, low torque, and torque value shows 20.2, and I don't see any turn counts on the PGT.
Copy that, Koichi. We'll have you try that bolt again. Just make sure you're in a good body position for leverage on that PGT, and we'll have you hit the upper bolt one more time.
Okay, copy that.
my rat on the APS on the WinFX. I'm releasing the WinFX.
Copy, Duke.
Okay, visually another a little over one turn. I got a green light and torqued out in torque value 25.5. And the torque out is 1.42.
Okay. Copy, one additional turn, green light, and 25.5 on the torque. We'll talk about those numbers for just a moment here.
Okay.
Okay, Koichi, we'll have you move on here. We're going to set the PGT to manual ratchet clockwise, and then you'll be driving M29 and 30 until you get 2 MTL pops. So we'll expect several extra turns here. Just keep an eye out and give us a turn count visually.
Copy that. Manual bracket, and I'm going to do the manual on the lower side bolt.
Copy, starting with the lower bolt.
Okay, if I was on my BRT panel there.
What's one pop?
Copy, Duke. That's good news. You can translate out to S4 with 24.
Okay, on the lower bolt, 2 pops, and the bolt turn is approximately 90 degrees. A quarter of a turn.
Okay, copy, 1/4 additional turn and 2 pops on the MTL.
That's a good beat.
Okay, Koichi, we're going to talk about that bolt, but meanwhile you can go to the upper bolt and do the same thing in manual ratchet.
Copy that.
So a quick recap, there are 2 bolts on his left strut that Koichi Wakata is working at. We're looking at his helmet camera view. He's using the pistol grip tool to hand tighten each of the bolts. Now that he's done a rotation, just hand tightening them to torque. In the meantime, Nicole Mann is on the other work site. She's preparing and grabbing the materials she needs, including a work restraint, to start constructing the mounting platform. From Koichi Wakata's view, you can see sort of the final product of that mounting platform on the 1B channel. That's what they'll be building on 1A.
I'm using the manual ratchet. It's rotated about half a turn, and still it does not pop.
Okay, copy half a turn. You can keep going if you're able. We want to get 2 MTL pops.
Can I continue the 2 MTL pops?
Affirm. Go to continue. We'll look for 2 MTL pops on the upper one.
Okay, that was 1 pop. Okay, 2 pops complete on the upper bolt.
Okay, copy, 2 pops complete on the upper bolt. Were there any additional turns after that half turn?
Another quarter turn.
Another quarter turn and 2 pops on the upper bolt. Okay, give us just a second to talk about that bolt.
Okay.
And while we give the MER and EVA a moment to talk about that, you can just hang out, take some photos for your awareness. Your net rate is looking really good right now, looking a lot better.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, it's definitely trending better from before. as a reminder for you, before you cross the Sarge, check that your gauntlets are in place.
Okay, my gauntlets are in place. Thank you.
Another intermittent gap in communications from the International Space Station. The teams here in Houston's Mission Control are overseeing the spacewalk for today. Two spacewalking astronauts, Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann, working on upgrades to the power channel and some of the prep work needed for the arrival of IROSAs, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Arrays, later this summer. They'll be working on two mounting platforms, one on the 1B channel and another on the 1A. Koichi Wakata is already at the 1B channel, tightening some bolts as part of the final steps to make sure that mounting platform is secure. It's expected that that's going to take just the first hour or so of the spacewalk, and he's already getting on a great timeline for getting that work done.
Which is great news. So if you haven't already, you can set your PGT back to motor and stow it. Then close the MLI to cover the power bolts.
Okay, copy that work.
And that note from Zena Cardman here in Mission Control saying that the two bolts on the left collar are complete, so he's going to close up the multi-layer insulation, sort of the white fabric that protects it thermally from the vacuum of space and the harshness of the sun, and he'll work on some of the next struts. The next one should be the mid strut that he'll be working on. In the meantime, Nicole Mann is prepping her work site, which is the 1A channel. She's getting some materials she needs. She already stowed the bag that has the struts inside, and those struts will be what will be used to actually construct the mounting platform on the mast canister of the 1A channel. She got the foot restraint, retrieved it from one of the work sites, and you can sort of see it attached to her right now from this view on the outside of the space station. That foot restraint is going to help to access some of the areas that are needed for actually constructing that mounting platform. She'll be able to ingress or enter that foot restraint and give her the leverage that she needs to actually drive some of the bolts and actually construct the mounting platform. So she's got that in tow, and she's going to be going over to the 1A work site very soon to get it ready while Koichi Wakata continues to finish up the work on the 1B side.
The weather I cover is pretty bad with the background back on the cover bolts.
Okay, copy that, Koichi. We don't have your HECA right now, but we do have your WVS. And so with that, you can translate to the right side power bolts.
Okay, copy that.
Then I'm going to put this in with 25 with a clocking of 6.
Good work, Duke. Clocking of 6. I'm tracking golf is already set, and let me know when you're ready for the extension. And of course, we'll be looking for black on black with a good pull test as well.
Right now you're looking at the helmet camera of Duke, NASA astronaut Nicole Mann. She's at the 1A worksite right now, and you see her installing the articulating portable foot restraint. This foot restraint has the ability to have some settings to angle the foot restraint so that it can reach predetermined marks that are needed for the upcoming work to actually install some of the struts. So she's installing that right now. She's going to check the settings on the articulating portable foot restraint, make sure it's really at the right angle so that she can access some of the first bolts and areas that she needs to access for some of the upcoming work.
And a heads up, you guys will be flying over Japan in a couple minutes. Wave hello for us.
Awesome. Thank you.
You know, I got a clocking of 6 with a good pull test.
Okay, copy. Good pull twist test and a clocking of 6. We'll also take a black on black check for that and call it.
Yes, black on black.
Okay, copy. And the extension there will be 5 for the WIFX.
You got one side down, Koichi, you already headed over the other side?
Yeah, I'm on the right side and just adjusting the TCD now.
Nicely done.
Yeah, how's it going with you?
Good, I got the WIFX in. I'm going to adjust the APFR, then get started on the triangle.
Great.
The two first-time spacewalkers sharing their progress for today.
On the right side, I'm opening the NRI.
Okay, copy. And before you do that, we'll actually take a HECA cycle from both of you. Just one button push on your HECA. And correction, just Koichi.
Copy.
Okay. Okay, HECA should be on now. Now, do you see that?
We copy that, Koichi. It'll probably take us about a minute before we see any change here. But for now, we hear that you are in place. You can open the MLI around the mid-strut collar to access those bolts, M25 and M26.
Okay.
And I'll have BGT settings when you're ready.
Okay, copy that. Okay, stand by.
Again, I started working on the pitch here. I've got the knob is unlocked, and we're looking for Tango Tango. But it is pretty stiff, as Josh mentioned.
Copy. That is
Okay,
the
I'm
correct
ready.
setting.
PGT setting.
And copy that it's stiff. Koichi, for you, PGT settings will be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Okay, Athena, you're cut off. The Bravo 7, clockwise 2, is that correct?
Affirm, Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Athena, can you see in my HECA?
We do see your HECA.
Okay, so this is what I'm looking at. Got the black line pointed towards unlock. Then Papa Papa.
Now we have both helmet camera views from Koichi Wakata and Nicole
With
Mann.
the hand on the whip extender, and then we are pushing up on it. I don't know if you have any ideas. While you think about that, I'll move on to the whip extender.
Copy, Duke. That sounds like a good plan.
Okay,
And
Dina,
that
the
extension
lower
is
vault, Dina, I got a lower vault, green light of TGT 25.4 pounds, 4.14 turns. Question 4.79 turns.
Okay, Koichi, copy green light, 25.4 on the torque, and 4 turns visually.
That's correct, and then the PGT shows 4.79 turns.
Copy, Koichi. You can go to M26 now. This is the other bolt. Same deal. We're expecting about 4 to 6 turns.
Copy that. Copy work.
Okay, please, Zena, as we talked about, I'm going to move on to the triangle until Koichi gets here so we can work together on that pitch.
Okay, copy that, Duke. So if you want to, one other thing you can try is using the boot plate for some extra leverage. But again, we'll take your expertise here. I'm happy to wait until Koichi gets there. You can also do the rest of the APFR settings if you'd like.
So a quick recap of where we are. We're seeing both the helmet cameras of Koichi Wakata and Duke. On the left, Koichi Wakata working on the mid-strut. There's various components of the mounting platform. He's asking for the settings that are needed on his cordless power drill to drive some of the bolts. On the right side, Duke is preparing the work site for installing a mounting platform on the 1A channel, and she's working on the portable foot restraint. You can see sort of the area where her feet will soon go later in the timeline, making sure that that's in a good configuration. So they're both at 2 different work sites right now.
Visually, it's more than 4.
Okay, copy. That's perfect. About 5 turns. With that, you can set your PGT to manual ratchet clockwise, and you'll be torquing both of those bolts. Looking for any additional turns, report those to us, and 2 MTL pops on each.
See that?
We've got a quick handover coming here.
Making progress here with the Ingress 8 and the boot plate.
Copy, Duke. Great work.
So same as he did with the left strut, on the mid strut, Koichi Wakata is first using the pistol grip tool to drive with the tool itself, followed by some manual ratcheting to finalize the torque on each of the bolts. So right now he's working on that mid strut. And then once again, we're in a handover period, so we're going to temporarily lose some of the video and audio from the space station. We're getting audio first. It seems like we're getting some sounds from the space station.
Back with you guys after a quick handover. Koichi, we were tracking you were in manual ratchet, but have not heard the report yet. And Duke, we're tracking you're working on the APF.
Okay, so Zena, on the lower side bolt, I got 2 pops on the manual ratchet, another quarter turn.
Copy, 2 pops, additional quarter turn on the lower bolt.
And the upper bolt is the same, 2 pops I got and additional quarter turn.
Okay, copy, 2 pops and an additional quarter turn. That's a good bolt on both of those. So with that, you can set your PGT back to motor and stow it. You can also now translate on the 1 Bravo mod kit.
Copy. And I can translate to 1 Alpha mod kit, right?
Yeah, after this you'll be closing the MLI on the collar bolts, and yes, you can translate on the 1 Bravo mod kit.
Oh, okay, I understand. Copy that.
Duke, if you feel like that APFR is behaving, you can feel free to continue work on it, but we can also have you pause and head to the upper triangle and wait for Koichi to get over there.
Okay, so I've got it in Tango. I'm just trying to get that knob locked. It's about halfway there.
Tough times.
So as we regain video back from the International Space Station.
Is that on? Do you have the heck of view?
Hey, Fern, we've got a heck of view, and copy the MLI.
Okay. So next is the heck of scan from the mounting bracket.
Copy. The MLI over the collar bolts is just out of our view in your HECA right now. So if you can reposition just a smidge, we'll take a look, but we'll also just trust your eyes on whether that's covering the collar bolts.
Do you see the view? Let me know which direction I need to move.
Ó, galera, agora eles estão completamente na noite
Yeah,
terrestre,
you look great there, Koichi.
somente com o auxílio das luzes do
Head to the
capacete.
mounting bracket. Check that it's clear of MLI.
Cerca aí de mais uma meia hora começa a amanhecer ali na estação espacial, ou seja, eles estão voltando para a área onde é a parte diurna da Terra, né? O ciclo de órbita. Então.
Copy that plan, Duke. We like it. So we've got Tango, Fox 12. Those are good settings, but the pitch knob is still not back out. And I like the plan to start working on the triangle. We'll come back with the tool. Duke, when you have a moment, we'll take a glove tap and compass check as well. Copy, Koichi.
Okay, so I'm on the mountain bracket. Do you have a good view?
Checking, Koichi. Koichi, we're taking a look there. It's a little bit dark in your camera view. We'll trust your visual report as well.
Okay, so as for the MRI, the left side is covered up pretty well, and the right side, I can still a little bit. It's covering the collarbones area, and there's still some gap, and I can cinch it down a little, firmly down.
Okay, Koichi, we copy all. You're ahead of the timeline right now, so we'll use this time to have you go over and adjust that MLI, just take care of whatever gap you see.
Okay, copy that.
And
Koichi Wakata is still working on the 1B site. He's going to take some time. That white fabric that's on the outside of these struts, just make sure that's nice and tight.
My gloves, good.
Duke Nicole Mann on the 1A site, working on the portable foot restraint. She's also going to start building the different components of the mounting platform, starting with the upper triangle, the topmost part of the mounting bracket.
You want me to do another HECA scan?
Copy, Koichi, checking.
Okay, I'm already there, and mounting bracket, and I don't know if you can see the HECA view, but now the MLI is covering.
Copy, Koichi. That's a good view. We're taking a look. Okay, Koichi, we're taking a look, and we see a flap of MLI open on the telescoping end of the strut. If you see that as well, we'll have you go over and see if you can get that to close with the Velcro.
Is that on the right side?
Affirm, Koichi.
Copy that. In work.
Engineers on the ground assessing the configuration of the mounting platform where Koichi Wakata is currently working. We're getting a view from his helmet camera. They're looking at the multi-layer insulation, that white fabric. They just really want to make sure it's covered very nicely, and once it's in a good configuration, we'll get confirmation from the ground teams that they're happy with it, and Koichi Wakata will be able to move on to the next task.
Okay, Zina, I don't know if you can see my HECA view, but I used this integrated wire tie to secure this little bit open MLI. Does that look good to you?
That looks beautiful, Koichi. We really like that. With that, we can have you depart this work site, and you'll be translating over to 1 Alpha.
Copy that. Translating to 1 Alpha.
That's perfect. You'll head to the IEA via that right lower strut. Minimize translation on the mid strut if you can, and then you'll be going inboard on the S6 IEA. At the inboard edge, cross to the non-radiator side.
Copy.
For Koichi Wakata, there are 3 main tasks that he needs to accomplish over at the mounting platform. He was working his way basically clockwise around the mounting platform. He started on the left side to work on 2 bolts, then completed the mid-strut bolts. Now he's going to complete his work by tightening the 2 bolts that are on the right side. Of course, checking that multi-layer insulation, that white fabric along the way, making sure that looks good. But once he's done, he'll really proceed into some cleanup steps and then go over to translate to the 1A work site where Nicole Mann is currently starting to construct some of the components of the mounting bracket over there, and then they'll work on that side together.
Okay, copy that, Duke. You can keep that tethered to the bag, lock out the thread if you need to. You'll be aligning the right upper strut L7 to the mounting bracket right side. Check that the alignment tab is in the groove and the black lines are aligned on the end of the mounting bracket. I'll have PGT settings when you're ready.
So over on the 1A channel, Duke is building the mounting bracket. You can see from this graphic right here what that's going to look like. So that upper part with the sort of pinkish purple part is the upper triangle. She's right now building that first. So she's getting a head start on there, and it's going to attach to what's called a mast canister. That's that greenish bluish soda can looking structure. That's where the legacy solar arrays were originally deployed from, and this is really sort of an adapter to allow the IROSA solar arrays to attach to the mounting bracket. That's that sort of bluish indigo part labeled there on the left, the IROSA mounting bracket. So she's just right now building that upper structure.
Hey, Koichi, if you can pause right there, you'll be following your safety tether back inboard to the 1 Alpha work site. We see you not quite translating in the right path.
It looks like it's on safety tether is on to my left. That's why I was following it. But you see that?
Yeah, I do see that. So on the inboard edge of the IEA, we would have you cross back over to the non-radiator side. You can also follow the handrails that are in front of you to the other side of the IEA.
Copy that. I'm going to translate here on at the end of the IEA to the non-radiator side.
That's perfect, Koichi. Once you're on the non-radiator side, you can head inboard along the zenith edge. You'll follow S6 handrail 2008, and you'll be picking up your green hook from S6 handrail 2007.
Copy that. Pick up green hook at 2007.
And Duke, just checking, I didn't hear the PGT settings.
The PGT is the Bravo 3 clockwise 2, and just working on M14 here.
Perfect. Okay, we're expecting approximately 4 turns on M13 and M14. This is not to torque yet.
Copy, 4 turns.
Okay, Duke, now I see you.
Okay, I see you out there, Koichi.
All right.
Okay, Dean, I got 1 hand turn on 13 and 14, moving on to the PGT for 3 more.
Okay, copy. 1 hand turn on M13 and M14.
Three more turns on M14.
Copy. 3 additional turns on M14. That's 4 total.
Okay, Dean, I picked up the green hook, and I'm translating.
Copy, Koichi. You'll be at the S5, S6 interface following the A-frame nadir, follow handrail 2144, and then on the nadir forward edge, translate to the inboard edge of the 1 Alpha IEA.
Copy.
Okay, Dean, I'm moving on to upper left to center pad.
Copy, Duke. And Duke, those are straps 1 and 2 for the left upper. And I'll have PGT settings, new settings when you're ready.
Hello, Duke.
Hey, Koichi. I've got upper right on the center triangle. I'm going to work on the center pad now.
Okay, copy.
But if you want, that pitch knob was giving me a hard time.
Pitch knob, okay.
You want to give it a try,
Okay.
or try the tool? All the settings are correct.
Okay, I'll try that.
Thank you.
That sounds like,
Tango to Papa, right?
No, the pitch is already set, Koichi. It just needs to be locked.
Locked. Okay, copy.
yeah, good coordination for both of you. Koichi, if you do want to grab the crowfoot tool, that's Deering Hotel in the strut bag. You'll need the ratchet wrench as well. Also, Duke, if it would help you to have an extra pair of hands, you can work together on the upper triangle, and then we'll go back to the APFR.
Koichi work to the APSR since he's right there?
Copy. That sounds good to us. And yeah, Duke, we concur that all of the settings are correct. We just want that pitch knob in the lock position.
And if you need the tool, Koichi, I can hand it to you.
Okay, let me try first. Without it, and then if it doesn't work, I'll get it.
I got it about halfway there.
Okay.
So to catch up on the procedures for today, Koichi Wakata did tighten some of the bolts on the struts on the 1B side. He's going to go over and help Nicole Mann just for a little bit. They're going to split up the tasks on the 1A side. Nicole Mann, call sign Duke, is going to continue to work on that upper triangle, which is the top section of the full mounting platform that's going to be installed on the 1A mast canister as part of today's spacewalk. In the meantime, Koichi Wakata over on the 1A work site. They're over there together now. Koichi will work on the continue to work on that foot restraint, which Nicole Mann will enter later as part of accessing those different parts of the mounting platform. So the two of them are over on the 1A work site now.
That's 14.
Copy. Additional 3. That's 4 turns total. Thank you.
Okay, I need a tool. It doesn't go all the way. I'll get a tool, Duke.
Yeah, you're going to go with the tool, Koichi?
Yes, I'll get it.
Okay. You see it? You want to put your head there?
Okay.
Houston copies.
And I got 2 hand turns on M17 ready for PGT settings.
Copy. 2 hand turns on M17. PGT settings are Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2. And confirm I'm going to torque.
Affirm. You'll be going to torque. We're expecting a little over 6 turns to 9 turns. So that'll be about 4 or 5 to 7 turns additional to the 2 that you got by hand. And checking as well for black line flush.
Okay, this knob is locked on Tango, and it's opt-out and can be depressed.
All right, Koichi, you're the man.
It was really easy with the tool.
That's awesome. Way to go, Koichi.
All right. All right.
All right, Koichi will have you stow that corporate tool back in the strut bag, and then you can assist Duke with that upper table.
Copy that. Tool is already stowed in the strut bag. I'm going to assist Duke.
You are the man.
Try it. The Duke is the man.
We love it.
With one more and...
Koichi Wakata able to work with that pesky APFR, the portable foot restraint. Now the settings on that portable foot restraint are complete, so he'll join Nicole Mann, call sign Duke, to continue assembling that upper triangle of the mounting platform that they're going to install on the 1A channel.
Then I got 6 more turns. Green light, 12.0 on the torque, black line flush.
Okay, copy. 6 additional turns, black line flush, and good torque. With that, you can release the ret from the right upper strut.
Copy. Okay, right out of the upper strut, Brent is back to the bag. I'm working on tip pin and MLI in the center pod.
Copy, Duke.
Actually, if you just leave awareness, the triangle is just above your head.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna reconfigure my weight setter and I will be with you.
Houston copies. And Duke, once you've got the MLI installed covering the LT clevis and the tip pin installed on the grounding block, I'll have more PGT settings for you.
Okay, Duke.
If you have clear awareness, these washers did come back from all the defense. Put it back, the spring is good.
Duke, we copy.
Duke, would it be helpful if I hold the triangle when you do that?
Yeah, if you stabilize it there, I'll take it this tip pin and we can kind of talk about our game plan.
Sounds good. I'm right next to you, to your right.
Copy.
I'm ready to help.
Okay, tip pin is installed. Quickly, how about I rotate the center pad to you?
Okay.
You can work on the MLI and I'll start working on the left upper strut.
Okay, copy that. All right, I'm gonna rotate back towards you then.
Perfect.
All right.
Yes.
All right. All right. Then I'm gonna work on the.
The MLI is on the center pad there.
Right. Okay.
And heads up, guys, we've got about a minute until a 2-minute LOS. So, Duke, when you're ready, I can give you PGT settings and a couple steps to work on.
Okay, go ahead with the PGT settings.
Bravo 3, clockwise 2.
Bravo 3, clockwise 2. I'm going to do 4 turns on one, torque on the next, and then torque on back on the original.
Yeah, you got it. And just check for black line flush on both of those once you torque them.
Okay, copy.
The sun rising on the International Space Station as Duke gets those pistol grip tool or the cordless power drill settings.
Start is actually really good, Koichi.
Oh, nice. Okay.
You put on here is super helpful.
Oh, that's great.
So that's good.
Yeah.
Them working together is making the build of that upper triangle of the mounting platform a little bit easier. They were able to build the handover. We are expecting to lose communication, just video and audio very briefly soon. and right as expected, we're losing video and audio, but we'll be regaining it shortly. We get good communication from the tracking and data relay satellites through an operation such as this. Though this is a larger gap in communication, so you'll notice a lot of folks in the room taking a bio break. The gaps are relatively short through a dynamic operation, but this is one of the longer ones, so it gives the team an opportunity to take a break. We'll get back to the action pretty soon. While we're waiting to regain communication from the International Space Station, let's go over the plan and the work for today. So first of all, what they're doing is they're currently on the 1A channel, the channel that's marked in the yellow there. They are constructing a modification kit for future IROSA solar arrays, International Space Station rollout solar arrays. There are 4 that are installed in the International Space Station so far. That is all of the channels marked in blue, and then the green, the mounting hardware, that mounting platform was complete, but we saw Koichi Wakata tighten some of the bolts on the struts to make sure that that's ready to receive an IROSA later this summer. But the 2 of them now are over on the 1A channel, and they are working on the modification kit. Now, this is really a modification to the original mast canister. That's that light blue, kind of greenish tin can looking structure. That had the legacy solar arrays, and they are building those struts that are going to house soon the International Space Station rollout solar array on that mounting bracket that you see there in the graphic. So they're building that top portion right now, the upper triangle. That requires a cordless power drill to secure some of the bolts in place. All of these different components, as you see them now, are transported through a bag, and that bag has been transported over to their work site. You can see some of the upper struts, some of those components, they had to take them out. All of them are marked so they know which pieces are which, and right now they are putting them together to build the upper triangle. This is not the first time we've done it, so we do have graphics from previous spacewalks. You can see there on the right, that is a fully constructed modification kit. That's what it looks like. And then here's from a previous spacewalk, 2 spacewalkers actually installing the rollout solar arrays. Once it's installed, it unfolds just like you see there, and it's called a rollout solar array for a reason. It rolls out and covers the bottom portion of the legacy solar arrays, but it generates an incredible amount of power. And so far, 4 have been installed and are performing very well. So what they're doing now is they're creating the modification kit for those another pair of solar arrays that are going to be delivered to the International Space Station later in the summer. We're now regaining video and audio from the International Space Station, so let's go back to the action, where Koichi and Duke are both continuing to work on constructing that modification kit.
Yeah, I got 19 additional turns on M16, green light, 18.3 on the torque, and both bolts of black line flush.
Okay, 19 additional turns, green light, 18.3, and both are black line flush.
So, Koichi, if I hand you this PCT, there's 2 bolts right in front of you.
Okay, copy that.
13 and 14, those are next.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. And I've already
Stand
set
by
it,
one,
Bravo
Duke.
3 clockwise 2.
We're checking on one of those bolts before you pass off that PGT.
Okay, stand by.
did you do any hand turns to start?
Yeah, sorry, for M15 I had two turns hand start.
2 turns hand start, followed by 19 turns with the PGT.
Good time. Or maybe I think 18.
Copy, Duke, we're checking.
Okay. Good to be. I think that strap is sitting over the button. You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
I'll get one too.
I took a few. Oh.
Thanks for your patience, guys. We're chatting about M15.
Okay. Good done.
Awesome.
Okay, Duke, could we have you just check the alignment tab is fully seated in place?
Copy. Just a little my way.
Okay. Sure.
Okay, alignment pad looks good. The top is engaged. I don't know if you can see in my HECA. You can see I got 2 black line flushes.
Okay, Duke, we've got a great view of that. We concur with everything. If you could do us a favor and just hit M15 one more time with the PGT.
Copy.
Hey, just kidding, Duke. We're actually happy with that bolt. Great news. So you can release the rep from the left upper strut.
Okay. I will pass this, switch up off this PGT to you and I'll work on that red.
Copy that. For those M13 and 14, right? You got it?
Yeah, the next bolts will be M13 and M14. And PGT settings should be the same.
Okay.
Bravo 3 clockwise 2.
Bravo 3 set, clockwise 2 set.
Perfect.
Upper is released.
Copy, Duke. And Koichi, for you, you'll be driving those approximately an additional 20 turns, looking for torque, good green light, and black line flush on both of those.
Okay, copy.
You need me to move the triangle, Koichi?
It's good.
And I can lock out that PGT might be pulling on you too.
Yeah, okay. It's fine, but could you tilt towards me? Yeah, that's good. Does it say in 13, 14? copy that, okay? All right. Alpha 2.
Bravo 3.
Excuse me, Bravo 3 and Bravo 3 set, but clockwise 2 set. Additional 20 turns. You come. That's 10. Okay, 19 and a half turns, and got a green light, 18.5 sit-downs, 19.03 turns.
Okay, 19 and a half turns visually, green light, 18.5 on the torque.
That's good speed, and that was on the M13. I'm going to do M14.
Copy
and
M13
black line flush.
and copy black line flush, going to M14.
Okay. Copy in work.
From this view of Duke's helmet camera, we can very clearly see the full build of the upper triangle. They've put 2 of the 3 sections of the triangle together. Now, the 2 of them working together to install the final part of that, with Nicole Mann, Duke, able to hold one side of the strut. Koichi Wakata has great access to that final part of the upper strut. That's the right side of the upper triangle.
That's 10. Okay, 18 and a half turns visually confirmed. I got a green light. 18.3 sit-downs, 18.86 turns.
Okay,
And the
copy,
black line
Koichi.
flush on M14.
Got it. 18.5 turns, green light, 18.3 torque, and black line on both M13 and M14.
That's a good read.
Okay, with that, we are happy with those bolts. You can tend the PGT back to the strut bag. And I think at this point, Duke, we'll have you go ahead and ingress the APFR. Koichi, we'll have you go ahead and grab the cables at this point.
Copy.
In work.
Big picture for you both. Right now, our limiting consumable is going to be EV1 MEDOX, right now looking at about 640, 645 PET. We're just about 20 minutes down on the timeline right now. You guys are doing good work.
Okay.
All right, Koichi, I'm all cleaned up. I'm headed over to the APFR.
Okay. The untangle the PGT.
All right, so with the upper triangle built, Duke has the upper triangle tethered to herself. She'll be able to get into the foot restraint that's already been set up to allow her to access the top part of the mass canister and get ready to install that upper triangle. In the meantime, Koichi Wakata working on the pistol grip tool, making sure that's going to be stowed away. And if you remember, on the way out to the work site, Koichi Wakata had a cable bag in tow and put it off to the side to temporarily stow it. He's going to go ahead and access that cable bag and grab some of the necessary materials needed for continuing to build this mounting platform. Next on the timeline is, now that the upper triangle is built, is to build that is to build that right strut, and a correction that the triangle is actually tethered not to Duke.
Okay.
Duke, for you, as a reminder, no sudden movements on the mass canister or mod kit. Limit your lateral loads into the BGA, avoid cyclic loading, and don't impart forces into the mod kit before they're fully installed. And Duke, we also suggest fair leading on S4 handrail 2213. That's the inboard radiator corner of the IEA.
Okay, so Zena, I'm going to grab the Sun Alpha cable.
Copy, Koichi. That's perfect. Yep, you'll be going to the cable bag, grabbing the 1 Alpha IROSA cables with the adjustable equipment tether, and stowing on your BRT.
Copy that. Okay, Bailey's in place on 2235.
Copy, Duke.
You know, I'm going to local to the interesting.
Copy, Duke.
Okay, I'm ready to the 1 Alpha cable bundle, and I'm going to take it out. from the cable bag.
That's perfect, Koichi. You can stow that on your BRT, close the cable bag, and translate to the upper triangle.
See that?
So this is a great shot of some of the work that's being done concurrently. You can see EV2 Duke with the suit with no stripes is ingressing or entering the portable foot restraint that was set up for her to access some of the parts that are needed to install that upper triangle, which Koichi Wakata has in tow. He went over to that cable bag that he stowed early on as he made his way out to the work site, grabbing some of the cables. So he'll have the upper triangle and the cables in tow. And once Nicole Mann or Duke is inside the portable foot restraint and in a good configuration, they'll do a handoff. So he'll be handing off some of the components that she needs to construct the mounting platform one at a time, and they'll work together to install this mounting platform.
Koichi, can you see my toes here? What's that? Can you give me a look at my toes?
I can see, okay. Yeah, it looks like both sides are in, but the heel, I cannot see the heel. Let me go there.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think my heels are in. I just want to make sure my toes are in the right.
Yeah, both are, left side is in, and the right side is, you're in the loop.
Okay.
You need to put the heel down a little more. Yeah, a little more down on the heel on the right side.
I feel like my right's not in the toe loop, is it?
Not got in. Push it in, right, further, towards your, further in, keep going. Yeah, you're touching the loop. You can put your heel down, both left and right. Yeah.
Copy. Let me just get reset back up here.
Yeah.
Koichi Wakata has a great view. He's aiding Nicole Mann and guiding her. He's got a better view of where her feet will go inside the portable foot restraint. Behind them, you can see the Earth. The high-definition views from the Heka camera are providing these beautiful views of the southern Atlantic Ocean. They just passed over the eastern border of South America and are heading on the northeastern track towards Africa, but they're over the South Atlantic Ocean right now.
Heel further down a little more.
And a correction that upper triangle is specifically attached to the strut bag, to the bag where those the upper triangle components actually came from. But it will be Koichi Wakata that will grab it and hand it off to Nicole Mann once she's in position.
Então, galera, que imagem, hein? A Terra lindona lá embaixo, sem dúvida aí. A fase diurna aí em que a Estação Espacial está passando neste momento proporciona aí imagens incríveis da área externa aí, né? Nas câmeras que estão na base do capacete ali de cada um dos astronautas, né? Norte-americano e o astronauta japonês, hein? Armac, muito complicado, cara. Porque tudo aqui, área de pesquisa, é baseada em bolsa do governo, né? Que sustenta o centro de pesquisa, né? Por exemplo, nos últimos anos, aí o que cortaram aí do ano passado também não se sustenta, entendeu? E se a gente não tem pesquisa, né? Por que os Estados Unidos é o que é? Os Estados Unidos é o que é por causa da pesquisa, né? Aí tu imagina que o cara tem conhecimento aqui, um conhecimento longo, é necessário fazer o quê? Para sobreviver, cara. Trabalhar na empresa privada, e aí não sabe muita coisa, né? Tem muita opção. É bem complicado. Aí tu imagina, tu tem um doutorado lá, a bolsa o ano passado era 1.200, se eu não me engano, era praticamente o salário, 1.300, uma coisa assim. E tu imagina, tu faz até um doutorado. Aquelas gurias lá tem o canal, me esqueci o nome delas lá. Canal de ciência bem legal. A Ana e mais a outra lá. Nunca vi um cientista. Procura ela. Aí uma delas trabalha na universidade lá, em São Paulo. E aí, assim, tipo, até para fazer o YouTube tem que pedir autorização, entendeu? Se for dar uma entrevista, tem que pedir autorização. Assim, todas umas regras assim que. Ah, com certeza vale mais, né? Que o BBB. Já começou esse negócio? Eu não acompanho isso aí, cara. Não perco meu tempo. Só se for pra ganhar alguma grana.
See, the cable bundle is attached to the vestibule that is going around on the mountain bracket.
Copy, Koichi. All right, if that looks like it's tidy enough to not get in Duke's way, we're happy with that config, and you can pass up the upper.
Acho que daqui uns 1000 anos, né, Marcel? Daí talvez o Brasil evolua daqui uns 1000 anos. Porque atualmente a tendência só tá descendo ladeira abaixo, né? A nossa cultura aí em tudo, né, cara? Nosso comportamento. Esse é o grande problema aí.
Okay, I'm coming from your right. Can you see the triangle?
I see it.
Let me know when you can grab any part.
I think maybe if you bring it back towards me a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, I have control.
Okay, you have the controls. You have to rotate it.
Good words, Koichi. We see you looking good. Just a reminder, we don't need to ret swap for this one. We've got 2 rets in series.
Copy.
So right now, Koichi Wakata, you see in the suit with red stripes, he just handed off the upper triangle to...
I have it upside down, Koichi.
Duke, if it's easier, you can lean back to do that rolling motion, or you can also have Koichi take control back.
Let me get, could you stay there? Looks like this cable is...
Okay, I'll stay still. I think I can rotate it.
Okay.
But, just let me know when it's clear.
Okay, stand by. Stay there.
Yeah, so Duke has control of that upper triangle. Koichi just guiding her as she needs to rotate it into position that's appropriate for installing it on the mast canister.
Now it should be clear. And then... And do you want me to get it back and rotate it and bring it back to you, or?
No, I'll rotate
rotate it. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, Zena, this time, can we do...
Ô, Ermac, tem um site aí, eu não lembro o nome agora, mas tem um site que mostra esses dados aí. Dá para ver o investimento, né? É porque o investimento da China tem coisas que a gente acaba não sabendo, né? E os caras estão investindo muito, né? E eles só divulgam o que eles querem, né? É tipo... Na verdade, na China é tudo fechado, e isso é histórico, né, cara? Tem lá, por exemplo, as constelações, o céu da China. Voltando aqui, o céu da China. Lá no início da antiguidade, lá, né, a China tem todo astronomia gigantesca lá na China. Muito antes do Ocidente, tá? Eles têm todo um mapeamento astronômico, tem um mapeamento do céu totalmente diferente deles lá. Eles se adaptaram ao consenso mundial, né? Organização Mundial. Mas eles têm lá as constelações deles, lá. Eles têm o mundo deles, cara. Então... Isso, Marcelo. Sim, se duvidar, cara, que a gente não sabe. Porque assim, cara, eles não têm lá passar congresso, né? O regime deles lá, se os caras meterem na cabeça que vão fazer, eles vão gastar o dinheiro que for. Não dão satisfação pra ninguém, cara. Se morrer alguém também faz parte do processo. E, olha, e agora eles estão com o protótipo, até ia compartilhar no grupo, eu vi lá. Deixa eu ver se eu acho a cena que eu vou botar no grupo lá do Pedalando. Eles fizeram um teste essa semana aí de um motor lá. Daqui a pouco eles estão copiando, acho que o Starship, cara. Os caras são bucha. Sim, eles têm o... Cara, tu imagina assim, ó. Milhares de anos atrás, tá? Antes de Cristo lá. Desde os gregos, os romanos, todo mundo mapeou o céu, né, cara? A gente tem as constelações com esses nomes aí, né? Nomes aí, esqueci a palavra agora. Das mitologias gregas lá, né? Órion. Todos os nomes das constelações que a gente vê aí no céu tem essa descendência. E a China tem a dela lá, cara. Eles vivem no mundo deles. Entendeu? Eles vivem lá naquele mundinho fechado deles. Assim como os próprios índios, tá? Os índios da Amazônia aqui também. Os aborígenes lá na Austrália também. Os índios aqui parece que é meia dúzia de constelação, o céu inteiro, cara. Entendeu? Eles olham pra Via Láctea e eles enxergam uma coisa lá. Esse é um negócio bem legal de estudar. Porque eles viviam num mundo isolado, então eles podiam imaginar ou denominar, né, determinar qualquer coisa.
An additional 3 to 8 turns or so. Koichi, we're a little down on the timeline still today. Now is when we had planned to install the MUT with GoPro. We'll leave it up to you, but it might be the kind of thing that you would want to defer or do without. Up to you.
Great. I concur. What do you think, Duke?
I'm five turns, green light, 3.6 on the torque.
Copy. Additional 5 turns on M5, 3.6 on the torque.
Yeah, I've got 3 bolts left here, Koichi, and then I'll be ready for the left mid strut. So I'll leave that up to you.
Okay.
Based on where you're at.
Okay. If I have a few minutes, then I will install it. Not in the factor.
That sounds great.
Is there anything that I can do? Okay. Let's do that.
4 turns, green light, 3.8 on the torque, M8.
Copy. 4 turns, 3.8, green light on M8.
Four and a half turns, green light, 3.9 on the torque, M6.
Copy. 4.5, 3.9, green light on M6. And Koichi, for you, we do think you have time. Totally up to you, no pressure. You'd be, per the plan, installing that MUT end effector on handrail 2214. That's the inboard edge middle handrail.
Okay, copy that. In work.
Four turns, green light, 3.7 torque, M7.
Copy. 4 additional turns, 3.7, green light on M7. Okay, Duke, those are good bolts, all 4 of them. You can release the mounting bracket RET. And next, you'll check that the center pad MOI and pit pins are still installed.
Okay, MOI and pit pins, they're good.
Copy, that's great. You can rotate the upper triangle down for later access after you have the RET released. And then from both of you, we'll take a good glove, hat, and gauntlet check.
Okay, good, and half is baseline.
Okay, half is baseline, gloves are good, gauntlets are covered.
Gauntlets are covered for EB12.
Copy you both.
With that, the upper triangle has been installed onto the 1A mast canister.
Picture for me, I think I'm popping out and adjusting the APFR.
Big
I
picture,
think I'm going to need to pop
yes.
out to get to the rat on the mounting bracket.
Okay, copy. Yeah, that's what we're waiting on, is just that mounting bracket ret.
I think I'll get that rat after I get maybe the APFR rolled in.
Essa questão de conhecimento aí, ela é muito ampla, né? Há muitas lendas indígenas, né? Assim como muitas lendas e crenças de vários povos mundo afora, e desde o início da civilização, né? Mas imagine lá no início, nos primórdios lá, né? Quando o homem saiu da caverna, à noite, e olhou para o céu, né? O que ele podia imaginar quando viu a lua? Então, hoje a gente sabe que a gente tem o conhecimento acumulado, né? Mas e quando não tinha? Imagine o desafio que foi eles identificarem, né? E aí as questões aí das lendas em geral, né? Das crenças que de início, como explicar os fenômenos naturais, né? Que hoje a gente sabe o que é um relâmpago, o que é um trovão. E aí, historicamente, se tu for estudar essa parte aí, tu vai ver que muitas religiões nasceram nesse momento, né? O deus do trovão, deus de tudo, né? Tinha um deus para cada situação. Há religiões que ainda cultuam isso, né? Até hoje. Então, na verdade, era uma atribuição, né? A um deus de um simples fenômeno natural. Que hoje a gente sabe a explicação, né, cara? E os índios, nossa, os índios têm muita lenda no mundo inteiro, índios do mundo inteiro. Vai na África, lá tem histórias, né? Os norte-americanos ali tem muita, né? Aqui no Brasil tem muitas. Mas tentem se imaginar vocês lá naquela época sem o conhecimento que a gente tem hoje, né? E aí viu um meteoro, cara, viu um eclipse. E aí começou a nascer os líderes religiosos, as religiões. E assim começou tudo. Assim começou a política nessa época.
There on the mounting, on the...
Right, I see that. Okay. I hear local here.
Well, I'm going to go my right heel in if you'll maybe give it a check.
Okay, okay, right heel.
So right now, Koichi Wakata is helping Nicole Mann, call sign Duke, to egress or get out of the foot restraint. That foot restraint was configured such that it gave her just the right angle to install that upper triangle. It was the right angle for her to use that cordless power drill, the PGT, pistol grip tool, and then drive those bolts. She needs to get out. They're going to reconfigure it, angle it a different way. So now, and then she'll get back in it. So she'll be able to access the next set of bolts for when they install that next component of the mounting platform, which is the right strut. So they'll work through that methodically, getting her out, re-angling it back in, and then they'll get the new component of the mounting bracket from the strut bag, hand it off, and then bolt that to the mask canister.
Okay, now you can pull out straight. Yeah, that's good. Okay. All right.
I'm going to get this right off. Can we see that set of mounting bracket?
Okay.
Houston, copy.
Thank you.
So we're in another handover period. Again, we're receiving video and audio from the geosynchronous TDRS satellites, tracking and data relay satellites. Another intermittent gap. Will be regaining video and audio here shortly. As a quick recap, the two have completed the installation of the upper triangle on the 1A power channel. There are several components that make up the mounting bracket, so that's done. And they're currently trying to reposition the foot restraint to get a new angle and allow Nicole Mann, callsign Duke, to access the next part of the installation, which is the bolts that will attach the right strut to the upper triangle.
Houston's back with you after a quick handover. And Koichi, that sounds like a good plan. We've got you adjusting the APFR, but if you want to coordinate who does APFR, who does WIFX, that's fine by me.
Okay. I'm doing the WIF extender, and Duke will do the APFR.
So I'm going to work on the socket swap right now. That's
Okay.
Copy, working on the socket swap for you, Duke. And big picture update for you both. Right now we're looking at about 30 minutes down on the timeline. Our limiting consumable is still EV1 MEDOX, but moved up to about 6 hours, 50 minutes. And we'd love your input on just how you're doing and how you feel about that big picture update.
How are you feeling, Duke?
feeling good?
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. We can continue.
Great work. You guys are doing awesome so far. Keep it up.
Awesome.
A good read from the crew. You heard they're a little bit behind on the timeline, but still making good progress to get this mounting bracket installed. Both of them are taking two different parts of the foot restraint right now to configure it for that next setting.
Copy. WIFX adjusted to extension of 1. That's perfect. And I'll have APFR settings. When you're ready, it's going to be a roll to the right.
Roll to the right. Okay.
That's correct. Yeah, we'll be adjusting both the roll and the pitch, going to Papa Papa Charlie.
Okay. First, is it okay, Duke, to change the roll?
Yeah, let me know if I'm pulling on you. I can.
No, you're not pulling, so. Oh, that's a yo.
you can certainly grab Lucas's perfect tool if you need it.
All right, I need it.
6 inches off with a good pull test.
Copy, good pull test.
Let's see, can I access this?
2 inches on with a good pull test.
Copy, do a quick pull test on the 2-inch. And Koichi, you will need to push that pitch knob in before you'll be able to ratchet.
Copy that.
As soon as I get this put away, quick check and help you.
If you could, did the 2 actions, if you could push in the pitch knob.
Okay, let me just get my PGT and sockets put away.
Great teamwork, guys, and just a reminder to watch out for each other's hands. There are a lot of pinch points in there.
Okay, I was able to unlock it.
Nice work, Koichi.
Right, so. Now I'm going to change the pitch tube now.
It was I had to hold on to the handle of the width extender and then pitch. With the boot plate.
It's not completely unlocked, so I have to keep unlocking. Okay, now it's completely unlocked.
Okay. I can push down here. You may have to hold on to the handrail.
Okay, you can push down if you can. Yeah, please. Yeah. Not moving. It's in the unlocked position.
Okay. Yeah, it was pretty tight before. Let me see if I can come down lower.
Okay.
You can also try using the boot plate
Maybe
to
if you
get some
hold
more
on to this
leverage.
handle, I'll let go. Hey, Zena?
You can try using the boot plate to get a little bit more of a lever arm there.
Yeah.
Just doesn't move.
Maybe I'll roll the boot plate back up so that we can use it.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Could you roll it back?
Yeah.
Yes. Foxtrot position. Good.
One more.
Okay, that's Foxtrot. I have yelled a little bit.
Want to dial it back and then we can pull on the boot plate?
Okay, go ahead.
The yell's right on your thing.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh,
Very
that's
good.
it. There we go.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to bring the ingress down.
Okay.
Maybe we can pull on that.
And the pitch knob is in the complete unlocked position, and it's popped out. This is the correct configuration to move the pitch, right?
It shouldn't be popped out. Let me look. It should just be all the way pointed to unlock.
It is all the way pointed at the unlock.
Yeah. Okay.
And it looks like it's popped out.
Yeah, that's what we expect. We know this is a really sticky pitch APFR.
Yeah, it doesn't move. The complete unlocked position, I don't know if you can see it on the photo.
Yeah, we see that. Stand by. We'll talk about some possible suggestions for you guys.
So, before when I did it, I used the boot plate to have a little bit more of an arm. Maybe I hold on to the toe loop. So if I rotate the boot plate all the way around, would that help? And it was like a smooth squeeze
Yeah, maybe,
to get it to move.
Yeah, so, yeah,
Not
let's
like it
try
ever
that.
unstuck. It was sticky the whole time.
Yeah, let's try that. So, in order to do that, do you need to roll 90 degrees?
Would that help? Or because I don't know, can you grab onto here? Where the heels go? Like if you can grab onto that heel, then we'll go down to some smooth motion down. I don't have much leverage here, but
Let's try that. Shall we just move? It's reaction to that motion.
maybe if you push away, like push on the front of it.
You guys can
like a smooth
roll and yaw that boot plate
Right.
as you need in order to get the boot plate in a better position for leverage. And just a reminder to avoid using the glove for a pounding motion like that.
Concur.
It's not like it ever.
Just pushing the boundary.
Okay, it's moving. It's on us. It's working.
It moved a little bit, but now it's stuck in that position.
It just needs to go a couple more.
It doesn't.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, so what else can we do here?
I wonder if we can use the moment arm as its ingress aid.
Maybe you can pull.
I got nothing to really react against here,
Okay, then let me try that.
but if you can get your hand on it.
Yeah, Duke, you can definitely pull on the ingress aid if that helps get some more leverage.
Okay.
Okay, we're pulling on the ingress aid.
Okay, it's moving. It's moving.
Okay.
So we're halfway between S and R.
Okay, I'm gonna keep pulling. It's still in R.
It's already, yes, all the way to R.
All right. 2 more notches. Go back now. 1 more notch.
Great work, guys. And as long as you can get it to at least Sierra Sierra, we can give you some alternate settings.
That's
Really Papa now.
yeah, I think maybe just one time bit more.
It's in Papa, right?
It's just a little high. Just a small amount more. But you can get it locked.
Copy. Great work,
You can try.
guys.
This shows Papa here on this side.
Yeah, then go for it.
All right, I'm gonna lock it. Okay, now I need a tool. You don't have the tool, right?
Oh, no, I think
Okay.
if I can get it.
Yeah, it's be here. Okay, I see that. Yeah, I can grab it. Okay. All right. Great idea, dude. That was to hold on to the tape was good. Okay, it's set at Papa.
Papa.
This now is set in locked position and can be depressed.
Copy. Amazing. Great work, guys.
Nice work, Koichi. I'm going to roll it back over to Charlie.
All right.
And just to make sure you're still in Charlie on the roll as well.
I'm fixing that now.
Okay. If you release it, I can pull.
Okay. Oh, no, that rolled it. Oh, sorry, I got it. I need to roll, yeah.
Okay.
That's better. Hold on, squeeze it.
Okay. I mean, I got
Okay, I got it. That's
You got it? Okay,
yeah,
good.
thank you
Okay.
so much.
All right.
Okay. We're Charlie.
Okay.
Awesome, thank you.
Awesome.
Great work. And also
So
just
let's
to make
take a
sure
look
you
at our
didn't
safety center complete scoring list.
bump the yaw, if you could check 12 on the yaw.
There's also that rep for the mounting bracket is underneath your right arm. I'm going to go release that right now, though, Koichi. I don't think you'll be tangled, but it's just underneath your right arm.
Okay.
You're good. You're clear.
Yeah, I think our so that's a good. And then y'all is in back.
Yeah, it's back to 12, yeah.
12. Okay, good.
Perfect,
All right.
thanks.
Now we're in a good, maybe 130 now.
Copy and concur. Really good work, guys. Next steps for you will be to get the right mid struts from straps 12 and 13, and Duke will be ingressing the APFR.
Copy.
Copy.
And we'll take a glove check from both of you.
Okay, 81 gloves. Good.
Copy, Koichi.
Okay, easy two. Once we're good.
Copy, Duke.
Okay, release the right strut. Right.
Copy, right mid is released. Once Duke has ingressed, you'll be passing that off to her and then getting the right lower strut from straps 7 and 8.
Copy. Copy that.
So a quick recap, it did take a little bit of work, but the duo did get the portable foot restraint to the angle it needs to be to install that next section, the right strut. So Koichi Wakata is going to get that and hand it off to Nicole Mann once she gets back into the foot restraint and at the right angle to access the bolts that she'll need to drive to install that right strut.
And guys, feel free to just stay together there by the APFR, make sure that we get in a good config. And a reminder also, we've got that RET attached to the upper triangle still.
Yeah, I can get to that right now.
Yeah.
Orleans Silva, ô meu caro, eu nunca peguei um na mão, tá? Para poder fazer uma avaliação. Só fiz avaliações assim em função dos dados dele, né? A diferença dele é que ele tem uma lente ali, uma ocular fixa, né? Um modelo que tem algumas variações de modelo, mas o modelo padrão tem uma variação, tem uma ocular fixa, né? Então o aumento dele é fixo, né? Tu tem ali aquele range máximo e mínimo, tu não consegue mudar isso, né? O modelo que eu vi também era tudo fixo, não conseguiria colocar uma câmera planetária, dessas que a gente utiliza em qualquer outro telescópio, pegar uma ocular diferenciada, um filtro, alguma coisa assim, né? Tu fica com essa limitação, né? Que ele é um telescópio compacto justamente para uso, né? Desse tipo, entendeu? Tá? Certo. Tá bom, galera? Eu vou deixar o áudio aqui, que eu tenho que resolver algumas coisas aqui. E a gente fica acompanhando aí. Deve ter mais umas 3 horas de duração aí a caminhada espacial.
A little bit to your left. Okay, a little bit to your left. Yeah, position is good. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Okay, and then heel down. Heel down. For could you slide your left? Okay, heel down, and then slide. Now you can slide to your left. Push it further.
The left three-cubic strut is the heel in?
Heel is half in. So you need to put your toe a little bit forward. And then slide heel to your left. Heel down. Heel to your right a little bit. right a little bit.
Okay, give me 1 sec. Let me get my right in the shoulder.
Okay. Okay, heel. Okay, okay. Heel to left foot, heel to your right a little bit. That's good. That's good. And then, okay, and then now heel down on your left heel. Keep coming down. Keep coming down. Keep coming down. Okay, now slide to your left. Okay, you're in. Yeah, almost in. Slide more. Slide your left heel more to your left. I think you're in. Do you feel it?
Yeah, I actually feel solid. Okay, that's different than when I started.
And then
So I'm going to leave the right out because I need it for my reach. So.
Okay, okay, copy that. All right, then I will come back and hand you the instruct.
Okay, I have the mounting bracket red.
Okay. You want to release it?
Yeah, are you ready for it?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, there it is.
Okay. All right. It's released. Okay. And then let me go back to the different position for handoff.
Okay, I'm getting my EOG out.
Okay. Just a moment. Okay, I'm in a good position for handoff.
Okay, I'm ready for it.
All right. Just let me walk here. Okay, mid shut. Putting at you.
Okay.
And you want to have the pad side, right?
Yes, the pad side.
Yeah, here you go. Can you see it?
No.
All right, let me.
I'm going to write at the top of your head. Okay.
Here you go.
This
Can
is
you
the
see
pad
it?
side.
Can you see it?
Okay, I have the controls.
Okay, you have the controls.
We can have my BRT red on
Okay.
the side pad. On the header on the side pad.
Okay.
I can read.
So I can release it? Oh,
Yeah,
if you
okay,
can release
I
it,
got
that would be great, yeah.
Okay, the red is released.
Okay. All right. And the next one is the lower shut.
Or right, yeah.
Okay.
That's correct. And you'll be passing the clevis end toward EV2, Koichi.
Okay. Okay, so Dina, that's from the strap 8 and 7, correct?
Affirm, strap 7 and 8.
Okay, copy.
And then Duke, you'll want to ret to the handrail stanchion that's nearest the clevis.
Copy.
Okay, Duke, clevis side is on the right, sure.
Okay.
Okay, that's on your right. Can you see it?
Okay, I see it. All controls?
Okay, you have the controls. Okay.
Please stand by.
Okay, so stand by here.
If you have a ret on the right, lower right, you can release your ret.
Okay, that's a back red is just a moment, let me.
You need me to move it down?
No, it's good, but stay there, it's
Okay.
good. Okay, back red is released. You have the controls?
All the controls.
Okay.
Great work, guys.
Okay, Tina, I'm going to translate to the, okay.
Yeah, Koichi, that's right. You'll be translating to the right sob spherical bearing on the mass canister right side and just report to us the spherical bearing alignment. Then you'll be grabbing the silver PGT from that WIFX handrail.
Copy. Copy that.
Duke, once Koichi gets down there, you'll be helping out with the lower strut alignment, and you'll work together to install.
The bearing alignment looks good.
Copy, Koichi. You can grab the silver
That bearing
PGT.
alignment looks good. Copy.
For both of you, just a big picture update here. Right now, we're looking at probably between 45 minutes and an hour down on the timeline, just thanks to that sticky pitch on the APFR. So right now, we are thinking that the get-aheads, the S6 BDCU jumper, and 1 Bravo cable routing are going to be saved for a future EVA, but we're still in good shape. Just keep doing what you're doing. You guys are doing great work.
Copy that.
Copy.
Okay, I have the silver PGT, and then I'm ready to install the bearing.
All right.
M19.
I've got some PGT settings for you, Koichi. That's going to be Alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Okay, Alpha 1, clockwise 1.
So right now, Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann working at the two ends of the lower strut. This attaches the top of the mounting bracket, which is part of that upper triangle that they built earlier, and the strut anchors it to the lower part of the mast canister, and this is on the right side. So Koichi Wakata, because he's not in the foot restraint, will have access to that bottom part, and he'll use his pistol grip tool to anchor it to the bottom part of the mast canister, while Nicole Mann, Duke, who is still in the portable foot restraint, has access to the top portion of this lower strut, which is being attached to the front end of that mounting bracket.
Okay, Koichi. Tracking Alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Okay.
Now, with Duke's help, you'll be aligning the lower struts, and we're just looking to start with 4 turns on M19.
Copy that. Let me put a VIT down here, and then I'll work on the 4 turns.
Copy. That's great. And if you get any hand turns on that bolt, just let us know. And a reminder while you're down there to watch your fingers. There's a pinch point there between the lower strut pad to the VGA.
Okay, copy that. Okay, Duke, I'm ready to receive it.
Okay, I'm going to keep holding on this end. You just let me know what you need to get it lined up.
Okay. All right, that's good. Okay. Doesn't align well.
Now?
If you could, can you?
Quick handover here,
Okay, can
guys.
you move up to your right a little bit? To your right. That's good. And then.
We're in a short handover period right now, so we still have audio from the International Space Station. We can hear the crew, but we'll be getting video back shortly.
Keep coming down. To your right. Down. Excuse me. And stay there.
Okay.
Great. Feel free to hand start that, Koichi. We'll be back in a couple seconds.
Works. All right, let me see if I can hand start this one up here.
We're back with you after a handover, and any turns that you put on that M19 bolt, let us know.
Okay, that's 4 turns on the PGT.
Copy. 4 turns on M19. Great work. New PGT settings for you, Koichi. Bravo 7, clockwise 2. And Duke, now that M19 is started.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Good read back. Duke, you can start M20. That's the right lower strut L6 to the mounting bracket. check that the pin lanyard is free of the clevis, and I'll have PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Okay.
Bravo 7 set, then clockwise 2 set for M19.
Copy, Koichi. You'll be...
Can you tell me the count?
So stand by until Duke has her end started, but you will be going to torque on this one.
Copy.
We're expecting 10.5 to 11 turns once Duke's end is started.
Copy.
The pin is clear. I've got one turn hand started.
Copy, one turn
Okay.
hand started.
I'm grabbing my PGT. Give me.
Your PGT settings, Duke, are Bravo 1, clockwise 2. And this will be about one extra turn on M20.
Hey, how many extra turns?
Just one extra. We're looking for about 2 total here.
Which one, 2 total? Okay, sorry, I should have done that with my hand, but...
Yeah, that's my bad. I could have helped you out
And,
there.
Dina, do I have a go-to turn, M19, 10.5 to 11 turns?
Once Duke gets
But
one more
Koichi,
turn
I gotta get one
on
more
M20.
turn here. I got a Bravo 1 clockwise 2 set.
Copy.
Here's a good shot of the 2 astronauts working on both ends of that lower right strut. So you see Nicole Mann is in the foot restraint. She's got access to the top part of the lower strut. That's towards the upper triangle. She's got a pistol grip tool to secure that to the top portion, and then Koichi Wakata at the bottom portion, securing the lower strut to the base of the mast canister.
Okay, Bravo 1 clockwise 2. I got one more turn.
Copy, one additional turn, 2 turns total on M20. With that, Koichi, you can drive M19 to torque, expecting 10.5 to 11 additional turns, looking for green light and torque readings.
Copy that. Teamwork. 10.5 to 11 turns on M19.
Good read back. And Duke, once you've got your PGT stowed, we can have you start on the 1 Alpha right IROSA cable routing.
Okay, Dina, on M19, I got a green light and torqued out 25.9 foot-pounds in 9 turns. And the block line flash, I see a little bit of a gap. It's almost there, but yeah, I would say the black light flash.
Yeah,
I don't know if you can see it on the HECA.
Koichi, we are expecting to finish this off with the torque wrench, but we copied green light 25.9 torque. And was that 10 turns?
It's a 9 turns.
Copy, 9 turns.
8.66 turns shown. Right. The visually was 9 turns.
Copy that. All right, with that, Koichi, you can grab the torque wrench from the right lower strut, and you'll socket swap to the 2-inch rigid from the PGT to the torque wrench with a good pull test.
Copy.
Duke, for you, you'll remove the short wire tie securing the 1 Alpha right IROSA cables to the mounting bracket and stow them in your trash bag if they were used. And then you'll release the long wire tie on the cables.
Copy.
Just one twist on the 1 Alpha right side wire tie.
So from this helmet camera view, we're looking from the vantage point of Duke, or NASA astronaut Nicole Mann. You can see Koichi Wakata working on the base of the lower strut, Nicole Mann working on the cables. Of course, the strut is really a support structure that allows the IROSA, the International Space Station rollout solar array, to be installed, but it does need to provide power ultimately to the International Space Station, so these cables will be positioned accordingly so that when the IROSA is installed on the mounting bracket, that they'll be able to basically hook it up to the International Space Station, and the power that will be drawn from the new solar arrays can be sent to all of the appropriate downstream places on the International Space Station. So they're positioning those cables now, so when they later install the IROSAs, right now we're looking at this summer to get the IROSAs up to the space station and installed, that they'll be able to hook it up.
15 turns with this torque wrench until you break over 2 times.
14 to 15 turns, okay.
Okay, 3 twists complete.
Copy, Duke. That looks really good. You'll next be driving M20 to torque after Koichi finishes his M19 end.
Can I put the grounding set pin in?
Checking. And I apologize, Koichi. We actually need 14 to 15 total turns, so you only have about another turn and a half to go. Much better news.
That's good to know. That's good to know. Thank you.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, that was a great release. Thank you.
Yeah, that was about to be tough times. And Duke, you can install that grounding pin into the mounting bracket.
Copy.
Okay, I felt the 2 breakovers and visually confirmed 2 breakovers on M19.
Great work, Koichi. Next, we'll take a check that the black line is parallel to the cylinder and flush. There's no gap between the strut boss and bearing, and there's no movement with a wheel test.
Okay, black line is flush and parallel to the cylinder. There's no gap between the strut boss and the spherical bearing.
Copy. And Koichi, just to confirm, how many additional turns was that with the torque wrench?
It was less than half turn, around quarter turn.
Copy. Additional quarter turn.
I would say V-nights between quarter and a half turn.
Okay, copy, Koichi. We'll be checking that real quick. That's a little less than we were expecting. Okay, good news. We're good with that bolt, Koichi, and we'll take that one last wiggle test there.
Okay. Okay, wiggle test, no motion.
Perfect. With that, you can socket swap to the 2-inch rigid from your torque wrench back to the silver PGT with a good pull test. And you can relocate the torque wrench to the silver PGT. You'll keep that ret from the strut with the torque wrench.
It works.
Duke, Once you have that pit pin installed, you can go back and drive M20 to torque. We're expecting 5 to 7 additional turns, looking for black line flush.
Copy, pit pins installed. 11 M20.
Copy.
We're now at 6 turns, green light, 11.9 on the torque.
Copy, 6 turns, 11.9 on the torque, green light, check black line flush.
For black line flush.
Copy, Duke.
Hey, put that rocket slot to the silver PGT complete.
Okay, copy. Koichi, check the lower strut MLI is covering the strut pad. Duke, you can stow your PGT.
Okay, lower strut cover is covering the M19 area
Copy.
on the pad.
Great work, Koichi. You can translate to the side pad location on the right side there.
Okay, before that I will attach the torque wrench to the silver PGT.
Good words.
Am I working any MLI right now or not until the mid-strut's done?
Once you stow your PGT, you can release the ret from the lower strut, and then with that grounding pit pin installed, you can install the MLI over the lower strut clevis. And after that, you'll be working on the right mid-strut. Koichi, you may also want to tend that PGT over to the other side so you can easily reach it once you get over there.
Okay, copy that. How's it going, Duke?
Good, I'm just getting this MLI tightened up here.
Okay, great. Okay. Torque wrench is attached to the silver PGT, and I'm going to translate to the other side.
Copy that. And Duke, for you, also just make sure that the ret has been released from the lower strut.
Red is released from the lower strut.
Copy, thanks.
For those following along, the duo are now wrapping up after successfully driving the bolts to install the lower right strut. So they're just doing some cleanup work right now and just making sure the multi-layer insulation is covering the parts that they were working on. And they're going to now grab the next component for installation, which is the middle strut. Here's a graphic. You can see the lower strut on the right of this graphic. That's the one they just installed. The mid strut goes really to the middle of the mast canister that's coming up next.
You'll be getting in place to install the side pad on that mast canister.
Okay. Copy that.
And Koichi, once you're in place, I can preemptively give you some PGT settings for those bolts.
Okay.
Okay, MLI is on M20, and I'm going to get the mixture.
Great work, Duke.
then I can translate on this canister long handrail, right, to go up to the next jet area.
Stay firm, Koichi.
Okay.
You know when you're ready for me to pass it.
Okay, Chef, I need to have some BRT here.
Yep, once Koichi's in a good position to receive, Duke, you will pass that mid-strut with the side pad toward Koichi.
Okay, thank you for waiting. And I am ready to receive it now.
Okay. Just be careful your safety setters.
Okay, I see you.
Okay.
It's just running on your right. And I once again.
Okay.
All right, keep coming. Okay, keep coming.
Nice work, guys. Koichi, as you receive it, just check that the arrow is pointing up, and you'll ultimately be engaging the left side first, and then pressing in on the right side.
Copy that. Arrow is up and engaging left side first, and then right side is in.
Great job. When you're ready, I'll have PGT settings for you. And we're coming up on a quick handover in about 2 minutes. I'll keep you posted.
Okay, I'm ready to copy the PGT settings.
Koichi, Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Okay, Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
And Duke, I will also have PGT settings for you once you're ready.
Okay, I think I'll start with the AM turn first.
Copy, no problem. Your next steps, once Koichi has... Yeah, exactly. You'll be waiting on him to start 2 turns on M9 through M12, but then you will go to torque on M24.
Okay, copy.
Okay, Alpha 2 is set, the clockwise 2 is set for 19 to 12, 2 turns.
Those are good words, Koichi. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, running in 9. Two turns on M9.
Copy 2 on M9.
Complete.
This is the helmet camera view of Koichi Wakata. He's on the mast canister.
From the mini workstation. So let me reconfigure that. Can you see that?
Say again?
Duke, can you
Now another handover of some of the video we're receiving from orbit. As a refresher, we're currently installing the mid-strut on the right side for this mounting platform. Koichi Wakata was working on the mast canister side, so if you see the side pad on the right from this graphic, he's working on driving the bolts on that side.
With you after handover.
Nicole Mann, callsign Duke, is still in the portable foot restraint. She's on the right side, so she'll be soon driving the bolts over there to attach the mid-strut to the mounting platform.
I need to go back to, I think, Duke to put it back. Can you guide me to put it back in?
Yeah, I think so. I can try to talk you onto it. If you want to take it off station, if not, we can work together to get it back on.
Okay, let's try that. Is it GCAD?
Yeah.
All right.
So is there a loose in the ball stock all the way?
Full stack is loose.
And then if you pull it in front of you so that you can get the correct original orientation. Is it two turns on M24 or one turn to stays put?
Checking, Duke.
Okay.
If you pull it in front of you and get it in the kind of the correct orientation, then I'll help you kind of fly it in.
I really don't see the interface. So.
Yeah, not the interface. Just hold it in front of you and have it lined up like in the correct orientation. Like way in front.
Sorry, simply do not see any interface.
Can you pull it in front of you? Or I guess maybe not because of the tether.
Right.
Okay. So it needs to rotate. The end that's towards you needs to rotate down 90 degrees. I think we might need to come together.
Is that in a good orientation now?
Hey guys, our recommendation, Koichi, if you have a decent reach to put 2 additional turns on the rest of those bolts, M10, 11, and 12, without your BRT, go ahead and do that, and then we can have Duke put 2 turns on her end and come help you with the BRT.
Okay, sounds good. I will just continue with the 2 turns, and after that we'll get to Duke's for the BIT. So I'm working on M10 for 2 turns. Two turns on M10.
Copy, 2
Working
on
on the
M10.
M11. Two turns on M11. Complete.
Copy, Koichi.
Working on M12. Two turns on M12 complete.
Okay, copy, Koichi. With that, Duke, you can go ahead and put a couple turns on your end. And actually, Duke, let's just have you go to torque as planned. So your PGT settings are going to be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Okay, I have 1 turn by hand. Go to PGT.
That's Zena. Can I translate to Duke for BRT 6?
Stand by, Koichi. If you can, let's have you go to torque since this is an alpha setting on your PGT. So we're expecting an additional...
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah, more than 3 additional turns on these, expecting 5 to 10 turns total on M9, 10, 11, and 12.
Okay, copy that. Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Copy, Duke. You'll be going about 6.5 to 9 turns on M24, looking for black line flush.
So once again, the 2 astronauts working in tandem.
And
Duke on the left side, you see her driving the bolts towards the bracket, and then
back together. So we want to just run the procedure, and then we'll have Koichi come to Duke in order to work together for his BRT.
Copy that.
Copy 7.5 turns, green light, 11.8 on the torque.
Copy 7.5 turns, 11.8 on the torque, green light, looking for black line flush.
Yes, black line flush.
Copy. Duke, you can stow your PGT and install the mid-strut pit pin into the grounding block on the mounting bracket.
Andy, now let me know when I can torque M9 through 12.
Yeah, affirm your go to do that, Koichi, M9 through M12.
Okay. Okay, that's Alpha 2, clockwise 2. And did you say how many turns?
Good settings, and it'll be more than 3 additional turns. We're looking for 5 to 10 total, going to torque.
Copy that. Work.
Okay, Nina, pit pin is installed.
Perfect. You can install the MLI over M13 and M14. Check that the mounting bracket upper surface is clear. After that, we'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check.
Okay, 4 turns complete. I got a green light, and the torque is 3.6.
Copy. 4 additional turns, green light, 3.6 on the torque for M9.
Agreed. Working on M10.
Okay, Nina, I'm going to have to get that MLI when I do the mid-strut MLI. It's just outside of my reach here.
Copy, Duke. No problem. We'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check.
M10, 5 turns complete. 3.8 foot-pounds.
Copy. 5 turns,
I got a green
3.8
light.
foot-pounds, green light, and which bolt was that, Koichi?
Was M10.
Copy, M10. Thank you.
Okay. Working on the M11 now.
2.5 at baseline, gloves, look good, gauntlets are covered.
Copy, Duke. Thanks.
M11, 5.5 turns complete. 2.6 foot-pounds. I got a green light.
Copy, 5.5 additional, green light, 3.6 on M11.
Looking on M12.
Duke, next steps for you will be to...
Additional 4 turns complete.
Copy, 4
Additional 4
turns.
turns complete on M12, 3.6 sit down.
Copy.
I got a green light.
Copy, 4 turns, green light, 3.6 on M12. And for Duke, you can egress to APFR, and then we'll have you work to roll to APFR.
I think I need to get the rest off of the mid.
Checking, Duke.
Might be a few rest.
Yeah, Duke, if you can reach that, you can release the RET from that one, but we're assuming you're probably not going to be able to reach it, so that'll be a step for Koichi once he does his PGT, which, Koichi, you can do now.
Okay, say again, Zena.
Koichi, you can stow your PGT, and next release the RET, Duke's RET from the mid-strut.
Okay, copy that. PGT stowed. Okay, I'm going to release this on Duke.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, here you go.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, it's released.
So with that completes driving the bolts on the mid-strut on the right side. Now the two will work to make sure the multi-layer insulation, that white cover, is secured. Duke has to go ahead to get out of the foot restraint and start working on re-angling it so they can work on the left side. They're going to do the same thing. So they're going to start with the lower strut that goes to the base of the mass canister and then complete the mid-strut. They'll just do the same thing really on the opposite side of the mass canister, but they're just wrapping up the work on the mid-strut as we speak.
With that, we'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you.
Okay, gloves are good, and half is baseline.
Copy, and I see your gauntlets are down. And Duke, big picture, when you're ready to egress that APFR, we'll have you roll to access the left side.
Okay, I'm egress, and I'm going to adjust the roll now.
Perfect. This is going to be roll of hotel.
Zena, meanwhile, can I go back to the strut bag?
Affirm, Koichi, and take your BRT with you.
Okay. See that?
Koichi, if you come down, your safety center, I think, might be tangled on my leg, so we need to take a look at that.
Okay, let me check that. When I come down, I will take a look.
Copy. Oh, no, it's just not free. You're good.
Looks like you're cleared. Nice work.
Right.
And hey, Duke, for your SA, we've got a really good camera view here. Those cables were snagging on the ingress aid, but it looks like it's clear now.
Okay, thank you. Oh, the cable that bounced. Okay, and confirm I'm going to hotel.
Confirm, hotel.
Okay, hotel is set.
Copy. And I think now is a good time to work on the BRT.
Sounds good. So, let me local here.
Okay, Koichi. That's a good position there.
Yeah, can you, yep, is it good?
Yep. Koichi, can you put your hands, this hand out so I can hold on to it?
Like this?
There you go. Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right.
And hey, guys, before you fully install that BRT, we've got the D-ring extender going through the loop of the BRT, so just make sure that that's clear. And
I think it'll be easy to clean once he releases the BRT from his
totally, that's a good plan.
mini workstation.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's great.
Okay. Okay, so I've got it lined up, but I still see a gap. It goes flush, right? Guess I can lock it and give it a full test.
Okay.
I'll do that.
Look flush, just to confirm what you said, Duke.
Yeah, but when it's locked, and I'm giving it a good pull test, so
Okay.
you can see it in the hacker, and make sure that's expected.
Yeah, we
So the tab is up,
copy.
and I'm pulling on it.
I didn't get a good view of the gap, but if you've got the tab up and a good pull test, I think that's likely a good config. Let me confirm.
Okay.
Yeah, ground is happy with that
Thanks,
config.
Duke.
Yeah.
And yeah, now might be a good time
Okay.
to just get the BRT on the correct side of the D-ring extender.
Okay, so you just release the jaws.
Okay, let me.
And it can come over.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Nice work, guys.
The other side.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Duke. Appreciate it. Okay. So we can continue with the
Exactly.
side.
That's right. So next steps will be getting the left mid strut from straps 9 and 10. Koichi, you'll pass that left mid strut to Duke.
Great.
And guys, big picture, we've got a small win in that the MEDOX limiting reagent is continuing to look better and better, so we're looking at about a PET of 7 hours now as our limiting consumable. We're still about 45 minutes to an hour down on the timeline, so no changes there since the last update.
Copy that. So right back to you.
This is I need the, yeah, this is the right one. Okay, let me get back over.
Periodically throughout the spacewalk, you'll hear reports of limiting consumables. Of course, the spacesuits have the portable life support, so it's all contained within the spacesuit, and they measure these limiting consumables. That MEDOX that's referred to is the carbon scrubbing capability. Every time the crew members exhale, there is a system that is currently pulling that carbon dioxide from the environment inside the suit. It's trending in a good direction, which means that if needed, the crew members can use a little extra time at the back end of this spacewalk, up to 7 hours total for the duration of the spacewalk if needed.
Lower strap, next.
Affirm, left lower from straps 5 and 6. And then Duke, you can ingress the APFR once that's stowed on your BRT.
Okay, can we see the strut is still right above your head here?
Okay.
Let me get it out of your way.
Okay.
Copy you both, and of course, feel free to use some teamwork for APFR ingress. Koichi, you can leave that partially stowed in the strut bag if that helps tend it while Duke gets in the APFR.
Okay, copy that. Are you ready to ingress?
Let's see, hold on, I'm just getting this on my BRT here. Okay, I'm on my BRT.
All right, look. Let me go to that. Yeah, when you about to ingress, I'll go there. Oh, looks good. Let me go. All right, Dick. little bit to your right. Position is good. Heel down, further heel down.
Is my toe still in, Koichi?
Those are not. The left side is up. Position is good. Further, you have to put the heel down further, and then position is good. Put the toes in forward, and then that's good. And the left side position is good. Left side. Oh, okay. Good. Good. Keep going forward. Yeah, that's good. Position is good. Okay. Left, right side position is good. Yeah. Toe forward. Okay. And now we can slide both heels. Heel down, left heel down, further down. Heel only. Now slide your left heel to your left. That's good. You're in.
We're getting a great view from the high-definition helmet camera of Koichi Wakata, who's guiding his spacewalking crewmate Nicole Mann, call sign Duke, through the ingress process of the APFR, the portable foot restraint. And so we're seeing up close how the heels actually ingress into the portable foot restraint for it to lock the astronaut into place so that they can access the work site.
Heel down. Further heel down. Little more heel down. Okay, now you're in. Okay, so like, that's good. You're in.
Awesome. Thank you, Koichi.
Awesome. Great.
Awesome teamwork, guys. Looking really good.
Okay, now I'm gonna hand you the left strap. And go back to the strap there.
That's perfect. Koichi, you'll be passing that
Do it
strap
from here.
to Duke with the clevis end toward her.
Copy.
And Duke, you'll pop that ingress aid, and then you'll be reading to the handrail nearest the clevis.
Okay, Duke, it's coming from your right side.
I see it?
Can you see it?
Yeah, almost got it.
Okay.
Okay, I have the control.
Oh, you have the control. And it's still ready here, so.
Okay, stand by.
Okay.
There's that handoff. We're really just repeating the process that we saw on the other side.
Yeah, I'm right into it. You can
On the right side, we're repeating the same process on the left. Lower strut first,
Here.
and secure it with bolts to the mounting bracket that you see from the view of Duke's helmet camera, and then from Koichi's, he'll install the lower bracket on the base of the mass canister. So that'll be the first steps. Same thing we saw on the right side, we're doing on the left.
You can translate to the left side spherical bearing.
Copy that.
And Koichi, you'll be going outboard and then across the IEA via the PVR GF handrails, and we recommend fair leading to keep your tether off of the BGA.
Understand the long translation there. Okay. Safety tether is still good.
Copy. Duke, I can give you PGT settings for when you are eventually driving the M22 Bolt.
Okay, go ahead.
That'll be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2. Just figure for this one, once he starts it, I start mine, and then I have to wait for his torque before I torque, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So he'll start his,
Okay.
you'll do 2 turns, wait for him to torque, and then you can torque.
Okay.
Okay, here, I'm gonna lead here.
Great work, Koichi. When you get there, we'll be looking for the left sob spherical bearing alignment.
Copy that.
And Duke, just to start thinking about it, in between those first 2 turns that you put on M22, and then while you're waiting for Koichi's bolt to be torqued, you can start the left side Arista cable routing.
Okay.
Okay. That should, at first I don't cross the safety tether reviewers. That's okay, right?
Again?
At first safety tethers do not cross. That should be okay, right?
Yeah, they don't cross. Those are on the back side of the AFIM, so...
And then, Tina, as far as the fair leading, I'm going back. I mean, I went around the grapple fixture side, so it's still clear from BGA and from...
yeah, I don't think it'll touch the BGA.
Right, okay, so I'm going to continue to translate.
Copy. As long as it's off the BGA, we're happy.
Okay, great. Okay, I have to go down.
duo continuing to work on that lower left strut. You can see Duke in place, ingressed into the foot restraint, ready to go as soon as Koichi Wakata gets into place. We're now entering a handover, so we're losing communications temporarily, and we will regain it soon. We're also entering into an orbital nighttime, so you saw sort of the lighting change just a bit. Depending on the length of this handover, we might come back into an orbital nighttime, in which case we'll have the external lights on the outside of the space station illuminating their work site, and then of course the helmet cameras on the helmets on the spacesuits themselves have lighting that allow the duo to continue their work installing these struts. There are no lighting or thermal constraints when it comes to the installation process. Sometimes astronauts have to pause during various lighting and thermal conditions, depending on the work that they're doing, but we'll see Duke and Koichi together continuing the process nonstop through their installing this mod kit.
We get the lowest strut.
Okay, copy that, Koichi. Just to confirm, the soft spherical bearing had a good alignment.
Spherical bearing has good alignment.
Perfect. And for that M21 end, you can hand start that, or I can give you PGT settings with the silver PGT from the WIFX handrail.
Okay, could you give me the PGT settings?
You bet. That'll be Alpha 1, clockwise 1, and looking for approximately 4 turns.
Oh. Okay, Alpha 1, clockwise 1, 4 turns.
Good readback.
Just above it, let me position myself and press spot. Okay, I'm ready. Okay, keep coming down. Stay there. If you make it closer to the okay, yeah, good. 1 second, okay. Good. Okay, you got it? Okay, yeah, I got it. Okay. Yeah, keep coming. We know if we need a different alignment. It's good. It's a good alignment. So. Could you come to your left a little bit? Okay, that's good. 8 and 7 minutes start. Okay, 4 turns complete.
Okay, I'm going to get a couple of here.
Okay.
Copy, 4 turns complete, and that's right, Duke. You can start
Okay,
M22.
M21, 4 turns complete.
Copy that, Koichi. And Duke, before you start M22, just make sure the pit pin lanyard is free of the clevis. Then you can hand start or PGT. You're just starting with 2 turns.
All right. Get my right foot out for reach here.
Okay. It's in, I'm ready for the setting as the Duke starts.
This is clear. I'm working on getting the bolt started.
Okay.
Copy both of you. Koichi, it'll be Bravo 7, clockwise 2, but as you know, we are waiting for M21 to be driven 2 turns before you can start.
Copy that. Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Did I have Bravo 1, clockwise 2 set?
Copy, Bravo 1, clockwise 2 set, and 2 turns on M22. So with that, Koichi, you can drive M21 to torque. This will be an additional 10.5 to 11
I have not done
turns.
any turns. I have not done the turns yet.
Copy, Duke. Thank you.
Okay.
Stand by,
Stand
Koichi.
by, Koichi.
Okay, 75. Copy.
So Duke, Nicole Mann is at the...
2 turns on M22.
Copy, 2 turns, and just to make sure, do you have the pit pin clear of the clevis?
From pit pin was clear.
Copy. Okay, now Koichi, you can go. This is 10.5 to 11 turns going to torque on M21.
So recap, the 2 astronauts are on the 2 ends of the lower strut. Nicole Mann towards the mounting bracket. She's got the pistol grip tool so she can secure it to the mounting bracket. And again, Koichi Wakata is at the base of the mass canister at the other end of that strut, also with his own pistol grip tool. So they're just bolting both sides of the strut to make sure it's secured in place. It's going to go to the lower strut on the left, and then they'll work together on the mid strut next.
Lower strut with 3 twists.
Copy.
Okay, I got 5 turns and then got a green light. Got this is far away from the block line flush.
Okay, copy, 5 turns. We are expecting to use the torque wrench for this. So you'll be swapping the 2-inch rigid from the silver PGT to the torque wrench with a good pull test, and then we'll continue driving M21.
Okay. But it's it's not on the right side. When I talked out on the torque PGT, it was pretty close to the block line flush. But now I see in order to get the block line flush, it's probably about
stand by. Yeah, Koichi, we will have you switch to the torque wrench. It will get there all the way with the torque wrench. I know that's going to take more turns. If you want to stand by just a moment, let me ask and see if we can make another plan.
Okay, copy that. Okay, copy that.
All right, Koichi, we will have you switch to the torque wrench. So we're expecting more turns than you had to do on the other side.
Okay.
But this will get us to the correct torque and correct alignment with that bearing.
Copy that.
So switch the 2-inch rigid to the torque wrench with a good pull test.
Okay, copy that. Okay. Copy that. Teamwork.
You know, I've got the left cable to the left, lower left strut. With 3 twists.
Really nice work, Duke. That's great. And now, once we've got M21 to torque with the torque wrench, you'll be back at M22. So stand by for M21. Duke, you can also go ahead and install that grounding pit pin into the grounding block on the mounting bracket.
Grounding pit pins installed.
Copy.
Okay, flat to the torque wrench, good pull test.
Copy, good pull test. Next, you'll drive M21 to torque with that torque wrench, going to full torque so that the torque wrench breaks over twice. It's 14 to 15 turns total, so we're expecting 9 or 10 additional turns with the torque wrench.
Copy that. Okay, copy that. Teamwork.
Godspeed. I know that's a lot of turns.
I need it.
As a quick overview of installing these struts, with the astronauts at both ends of the strut, they alternate driving the bolts. So it was Koichi Wakata who started with his pistol grip tool. Once he was done, it went back to Nicole Mann. Now it's back to Koichi Wakata, and then Nicole Mann will do it again. There's only one bolt, but they just address that same bolt 2 times while alternating. Part of the procedure is to just to avoid anything like stripping or anything like that. So right now you see Koichi Wakata using that torque wrench, and that's really just to make sure it's super secure. He's also going to do a pull test, just a quick tug, just to make sure there's no wiggle and it's truly installed. And so they'll continue to alternate. Nicole Mann has one more time has to address that bolt on the top side next to the mounting bracket, and then they'll wrap up with the multi-layer insulation, making sure it looks good before getting to the left mid strut, and that'll be the last component of the of installing the mounting bracket before they go around and secure the MLI and address any last-minute items, but that's the last component needed for installation.
82 TCV is 3.
About 4 turns now. Be almost there. And Vina, did you got twice break up?
Koichi, you're coming in a little broken there. Will you say again the turns?
And twice, break over, I south twice, and then the disco twice. And then black line flash, and I'm looking at us.
Okay, copy black line flush, and the torque wrench broke over twice. We'll look for no gap between the strut boss and bearing, and a good wiggle test. And I was unable to copy the total number of additional turns that you added.
Five turns with the torque wrench, and I don't know if you, every camera view, I see gap in the strut boss and the spherical bearing.
Okay, Koichi, we hear you see a gap between the boss and bearing, and copied 5 turns.
Yes.
Okay, Koichi, stand by 1 while we talk about that.
Copy.
right now, both of the astronauts just pausing, taking a moment to relax as they wait for ground teams to assess their work with the bolts on this particular lower strut.
Javão Oliveira, boa tarde. Fabiano Fetter por aqui. O Pedro não está aqui no momento, mas te indico aí o ISS Detector, tá? E também o Heavens Above, tá? ISS Detector, deixa eu escrever aqui, cara. Acho que tu tá na live do Pedro, né? Deixa eu mandar para todos aqui. ISS. E funciona bem, eu tenho instalado aqui, cara. Android, né?
Okay. So it will break over at 60 pounds, and then can I keep torquing?
Affirm, yep, it's going to break over, and as it breaks over, just keep applying torque.
I'll do that.
Koichi, ideally we're looking for one additional turn. Let us know if it starts to move at all.
Okay.
And meanwhile, Duke, we're checking to see if you can start M22 in this configuration, but stand by for now.
Copy.
Duke, you will be able to start this M22, driving M22 to torque. That'll be an additional 5 to 7 turns. You should have that PGT set to Bravo 1, clockwise 2 already. Looking for black line flush.
Copy. Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Hey, Koichi, we're watching your camera view here. It looks like it's not moving as you apply more torque. Is that correct?
I concur. Yeah, I concur. It doesn't have any sign of moving.
Okay, Koichi.
We're at M22, 6.5 turns, green light, 11.9.
Okay, copy. 6.5 turns, green light, 11.9 on the torque for M22. Duke, we also want black line flush. After that, you can start your PGT. And then, Koichi, we didn't have a great view of that boss and boss bearing, just to make sure if you can take another look at it, see if you can get eyes on. I know it's dark, and make sure that we're looking at the boss-to-boss bearing clearance as opposed to the pad itself from structure, and also take a wiggle test.
Okay. heck of you now?
We don't have a great view of it, so we'll trust your eyes in person there. And just looking for the gap between the boss and bearing, see if it's changed at all.
Actually, Dina, just looking at the view, there's no change in the last, attempt, to torque it down, throw the braking torque value. And as a matter of fact, with this, helmet light, I really do not see the spherical bearing side, because the spherical bearing is dark or it's black, and it's really dark, and I cannot tell if it's a shadow or bearing. And on the strut box side to the spherical bearing, it looks like the gap is small or almost gone, but with this lighting condition, I cannot confirm. Probably what you see is what I'm seeing.
Okay, copy that, Koichi, and we'll have a quick handover coming up here in a couple seconds. If you can do a wiggle test just to see if the boss and boss bearing move together. And then, Duke, for you, you can install the lower strut MLI around the clevis, understanding you've got that tip pin installed already.
M22 is line flush, working on MLA.
Perfect, and you can also release
I
your
think the
grip
wiggle
from
test
the lower strut.
and the boss and the bearing seems to be working together.
Copy, Koichi.
So now it looks like the alignment is good, but in this lighting condition, it's really difficult to see how much gap we have between the strut box and the spherical bearing.
Okay, copy, Koichi. We'll talk about that for just a couple seconds here.
Okay.
And we've got a quick handover coming in 20 seconds here, but we'll have you just install the MLI on the lower strut pad, Koichi.
Copy that. It worked.
I confirm I can release my rack.
Affirm, Duke.
Now in another handover period, we temporarily lost video from the International Space Station. Once again, we expect a very short handover, and we'll be getting some of that video soon. But a quick look here in Mission Control Houston, it's these teams that you're looking at that are guiding the
Great work, guys.
two astronauts through their procedures today. From here in the room, they're working hard to get through the procedures and understand the next steps and guide both Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata through today's spacewalk.
21 volts.
Copy, Koichi. I see that in your heck of view. Big picture will be probably trying to come back to this in better lighting conditions so we can get good eyes on. Meanwhile, we'll work on that left mid-strut.
Copy that. Okay. And Dina, can I just leave the toll trench in the PGT, green PGT here in this area?
Affirm, Koichi. Duke, bigger picture, next couple of steps for you. You'll be extending that mid-strut toward Koichi and Then you'll be driving M28 to torque after Koichi gets his side installed. If you want, I can give you PGT settings, or we can hold off.
Okay, I think it remains the same with the Bravo Cosmo.
Affirm.
Okay. Ricky, are you going to let that PGT and ratchet go back, or you're going to leave it there?
I'm going to leave it there for now.
Okay.
Torque range, right?
Okay.
Okay, torque range and the ratchet will remain here. The PGT.
Copy, Koichi. You can translate to the left side pad installation location, and once you're there, check that your safer handles are down.
Copy that. Me. Check the further config of the PGT and then torque range. Good.
It looks like they came back to the WebEx, just so you know.
That's okay.
Okay.
Okay, then I'm going to translate the instruct area. Hey, Duke, I'm in a good place.
Okay.
Nice work, guys. And Koichi, if you could just check that your safer handles are down as well. And then Duke, you can extend the strut to Koichi.
Do you have an eye on my saber handles?
Let's see, if you move your right hand up,
Right hand up.
can you swing the PGT forward? Yeah, your right saber handle is down.
Okay. That's good. Okay. Saber handles down.
Copy. Thanks so much, Koichi.
Stand in the left side.
That's right, yes, it's
Okay,
right.
good. Okay, great. Thank you, Duke. Because saber handles are down.
Copy. We appreciate it. All right. For that mast canister side pad, just check that the arrow is pointing up. And once you've got it from Duke, engage the right side first, then press in on the left.
See that? Okay, arrow is pointing up. hold it there. Okay, thank you. Okay, right side first. The alignment was not. Okay, try that again. On the right side. Is there a vertical alignment, Zena, on this one?
Checking, Koichi. I think there is a sweet spot that you will need to get it in, but I don't think that there's any marker on it. Let me check.
Okay. Okay. I think it's in the sweet spot now. Can I start with the M1 through M4?
Yeah, you got the side pad engaged?
It is engaged.
Okay, perfect. We'll have PGT settings for you. That's Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2 clockwise 2. On the red PGT.
Affirm. And you'll be going 2 turns on each of those bolts.
Each returns.
And hey, Koichi, looks like that side pad has got a mind of its own and popped off there.
Okay. Okay, roger that. Okay, I'll wait again. Okay, Duke, I'm gonna go again. Right side first. Okay. Left side in. Like this is in a good hot spot. Okay, clockwise 2. That's Alpha 2 set.
Copy, Koichi.
Take 2 turns on M1. Returns on M1.
Copy, Koichi, and stand by. We're seeing a little bit of movement in that side pad. If you could just kind of push on it or give it a little bit of a pull test.
Was not engaged.
Isso aí, Jovan, instala lá o Yes Detector, que ele é bem eficaz, cara. Tu pode botar o alarme ali, tu vai curtir. Teve uma oportunidade aí, foi em março, abril, durante uma live que a gente fez aqui também, que eu pude ver a ISS passando aqui, ela passou muito alta. Por mais de 3 minutos ela ficou no meu céu aqui. Daí ele detecta a tua posição geográfica e aí ele te avisa quando ela vai passar na tua região aí. Show de bola.
Okay. Duke, can I move it a little further?
Yeah, so that's the, that's full extended there. enough room?
There's enough room, but it seems like it's in the soft dock, but the bolt, at least one bolt did not engage. I'm just looking at it. Yeah, looks like it's in a good spot, but it doesn't go in.
Yeah, Koichi, there's still a little bit of a gap. We have not a great view in your Heka.
I agree. So I'm trying to align it. Somehow it does not go in fully. Looks like this is a hot spot, but it just doesn't go in.
Okay, copy that, Koichi. One thing that might help is having Duke add some leverage on her end. And just to correct one thing that I said earlier, there's not actually a sweet spot vertically in that alignment. The soft dock should work anywhere vertically on that physical structure.
Okay, understood. So this time I will have Duke push in, is that right?
Yeah, have her push it in and towards you.
Right, okay. Can I do that, Duke?
Collapsed again, hold on.
Let me go to a different angle. Okay,
there it is.
All right, there we go.
When you have the right engage, let me know and I'll move my end.
Okay, looks like it's in a good spot. Could you push? It doesn't. The thing I'm looking at, I don't know if you see this Heka view, but it just doesn't go in. Looks like it's vertically aligned to me. It's symmetrical on the upper side and lower side. But the left side of the pad does not go in.
Okay, copy all of that, Koichi.
On the,
We've got some troubleshooting steps for you here. If you take it off, you'll want to look on the underside of that side pad, and we're going to have you check that the ball detents, there are two of them on the side pad, check that they can be depressed. You can use the hook on one of your adjustables or a ret.
Okay, let me check. Yeah, they can move. The detent can move.
Copy that, Koichi. Stand by.
It seems to me that the right side does not engage. What I mean?
Okay, Koichi. So on the right side, you'll see there's kind of a tongue on the soft capture mechanism on the side pad.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah, so that tongue will have to fit into a gap on the right side. There shouldn't be much of a sweet spot, but just try installing it partially and moving it up and down to see if it will slot into place.
Okay. Say that again.
you guys try working on this for 5 or 6 minutes, and then we'll formulate another plan.
Okay.
Is there a spot for that little lift to go into on the right side, Koichi?
This is no spot. It looks like it's engaged, but the descent doesn't go in.
Copy, Koichi. I'm wondering if that MLI on the left side is in the way, left or the right side.
Okay, so you want me to remove the MLI and try that?
Yeah, Koichi, if you're able to peel up that MLI a little bit, on the right side there's a gap. Exactly, yep. And we'll just get that out of the way fully.
Then also, the left side is also interfering. The MLI is interfering.
Yeah, I concur with that based on what I've seen in your view. Stand by and we'll figure something out.
Can I? Okay. Okay.
Koichi, you can peel up the left side of the MLI as well and try to get that out of the way.
Okay, copy that. It looks like it's glued on too. No, it is Velcro. Okay.
Nice work, Koichi.
Okay, then let me try to engage this one.
Duke, just checking in. How you doing over there?
Good to go.
Copy, thanks.
Okay, Duke, let's try that again. Unfortunately, no joy.
That looks like a good move that you just did. We'll give it one more try. If you can go up and down with that side pad, and then push in on the left side. If Duke can apply some force as well, give you a little extra leverage.
Could you push in towards me?
I know that telescoping feature is probably not helping you here.
Okay, you can release the force.
Okay.
Okay, could you do it again now?
Sure.
Push it.
And hey, can we
It just doesn't engage, Gina.
There's the ring on the pit pin at the top, right by where your right hand was just then. See if you can flip that back. Make sure that that's not in the way.
Okay, now it came off. I'll put it back. This ring is not interfering.
Koichi, from this angle, it looks like I don't see the lift for the right side to engage on the mass canister.
Okay, let me put back the fit pin. Does the fit pin is out? Okay.
Come over.
All right, thank you. Further closer. Okay. Okay, fit pin is back in. Okay, let me check that. But if there's enough space or something. Gina, do you have a heck of view
Not quite,
of this?
Koichi. You're a little too far to your right. That side pad
How about now?
is a
How
little
about
to
now?
the
Can
left.
you see that?
Negative, Koichi. We're probably going to have you pull off of this task, and we'll just put this strut back in the bag.
Okay. Copy that.
Dana, do you have a good header on mine?
Negative, Duke. What we're going to have you do is compress the mid-strut and put it back on your BRT, and we're going to work a forward plan from here. We'll need to do some rearranging. Koichi, meanwhile, if you could take some pictures of that location, just get the left side and the right side and all angles that you're able to reach.
Copy that. What were you trying to say? Did you say that?
I was just not seeing like an area where that lip went into. It just looks different to me.
On this side? There's a flange. There are two flanges on this side. I don't know if if you have Duke's hacker camera, but
yeah, I can see it in
two
here.
flanges pointing at. These flanges is interfering with the side pad.
Yeah, like it doesn't look deep enough to fit this zip. It looks different than
The other side?
well, it just looks different than I think maybe what I expect.
Yeah, we copy everything. Quick handover here.
So we're in another handover period, now getting live views from the inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. A quick recap, there is a little bit of troubleshooting on that left middle strut. It didn't seem to soft dock properly to that side pad on the mast canister for them to get a really good, secure latch to it and allow them to drive the bolts. So what the teams are deciding to do now is they're going to stow that middle left strut and address the installation at a later date. In the meantime, Koichi Wakata is taking photos to allow the ground teams to assess and troubleshoot and come up with recommendations so they can address it the next time they're out there to install it. But it looks like they'll be just leaving it in the configuration with the upper triangle, the right middle and right lower strut, and then the left lower strut. And then they'll just leave the middle, the left middle strut off for today's installation.
All right, crew,
Okay,
we're back with you.
After you're done taking that.
Big picture here, we're going to wrap up. We need to get into some cleanup steps and get you guys back inside. So what we want you to do is, Duke, you'll compress that mid-strut, put it on your BRT, get it back in the strut bag. That's straps 2 and 3. Koichi, you can close out those pictures, and then we'll be having you help with cleanup as well.
Okay, copy that.
Vicky, before you go, Kuda,
Okay.
is there one here too?
And then Duke. One more. Awesome. Thank you.
Dean, I have the strut compressed. It's back on my BRT.
Okay.
I'm going to pop out of the APFR.
Copy that, Duke. And once you have that on your BRT, you'll take that back to the strut bag. One other thing we'll want to think about is the right upper strut that still needs the MOI covering M13 and M14. So we'll work a forward plan for that. But if you guys have suggestions based on what you're seeing, let us know.
Okay. Okay, what about, do you want 15 and 16 covered right now, even though we don't have the mid-strut in?
Checking. Yeah, A-firm, Duke.
Okay.
If you can do that,
Vina, can I
that would be great. Go ahead, Koichi.
Yeah, I can get it here.
Can I translate to the strut bag now, or do you want me to do the MMI here?
Koichi, we'll have you do the right upper MLI to cover M13 and M14.
Right upper, okay.
And yeah, you can finish putting that MLI back that you took off there.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
You know, what about right mid? Are you going to want that MLI over the collarbone?
Yes, Duke, we will want the MLI over those collar bolts as well.
Okay, so, Dana, could you say again which MMI I need to work on now?
And hey, Koichi, before you depart, if you can tuck that MLI a little bit better, just make sure that everything's covered there.
See that?
Salve galera, Fabiano Fetter por aqui, sejam todos muito bem-vindos, não esqueçam do like, estamos ao vivo aí, acompanhando a live, já bateu 6 horas de live aqui, hein? Os astronautas, tanto norte-americano quanto o japonês, da Agência Espacial Japonesa, estão aí já há mais de 5 horas e 30 minutos, se eu não me engano, tá? Em caminhada espacial. Pode se estender até cerca de 8 horas. Eu já vi a caminhada espacial com quase 9 horas, hein? Estão aí realizando trabalhos aí junto aos painéis solares que foram iniciados ano passado. Essa é a primeira caminhada espacial de 2023.
Can get the, and he unrolls the MLI on the right side, I can grab it. Or you're going to have him translate on the right mid-strut.
Checking, Duke. Duke, let's have you prioritize stowing that mid-strut back in the strut bag.
Copy.
Okay, Zena, the analyze that you want me to work on is the color bulb one.
Hey, from Koichi, great work.
Copy that.
And Duke, for you, for that mid-strut back in the strut bag, that'll be straps 2 and 3 ideally.
Copy.
So, Zena, can I just cover the those M13 and 14 bolts, excuse me, the M24 bolts on this NLI?
Yeah, Koichi, we need the whole strut to be covered with MLI.
Copy that.
So a quick recap, Wakata and Mann both working in tandem for cleaning up their work site. Mann is working on putting that left middle strut back in the strut bag and stowing it to be installed at a later date. And Wakata is over on the right strut side, working on the multi-layer insulation and making sure that the insulation is covering some of the bolts that they were working on today.
Koichi, once you get that MLI
And these are both
over M13,
closeout duties.
you'll also want to install 2 wire ties on the telescoping end.
Okay, copy that.
And Duke, for you, after you get that mid-strut stowed, we'll want you to translate to the APFR and grab the PGT and torque wrench. And just big picture awareness for you guys, right now we're at 5.5 hours PET. Our limiting consumable is still MEDOX, but we've got a little over 7 hours of PET time there. So we just want you guys to get everything in a good config to leave it. We'll be coming back out for this mod kit, but we'll be into cleanup and then getting you guys back inside.
Okay, copy that, Zena. Zena, this NRI, does NRI that covers the M24, does it go first, or does the NRI that covers the M13 and 14 goes first? Or the order doesn't matter?
There's no specified order, Koichi.
Okay, copy that.
Yeah, I'm thinking about putting the strut in the middle of the bag, like towards the end where it came out. I think that might be a little more like symmetrical would be better. Do you agree?
I like that plan, Duke. And then, Duke, while you're there, actually, before we have you grabbing that PGT and torque wrench from the APFR, we'll have you just bundle up that strut bag as low profile as possible, so kind of burrito it around that strut.
Okay, so the PGT and the torque wrench, they were going to go back in the cable bag still?
Yeah, they'll be going back in the cable bag eventually.
Okay.
Same with the GoPro and MUT end effector. Duke, for that strut, whatever works best for you, you really only need one of those straps. Add another one if it helps hold it in place for bundling ops, but it doesn't need to be pretty. Just bag it up.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, I've got it routed to the bag, Gina.
Copy, Duke. That sounds great. Koichi, you can add a wire tie right where your hand just was to help keep that flap closed.
Okay, so two wire ties here, right?
Affirm.
Yeah, it works. Gina, are you okay if I don't feed this Velcro through these little C-rings?
Affirm,
I might
Duke.
just use two straps to Velcro it down.
Yeah, you're good
Okay,
to leave
so
it
it's
tethered
done.
as you have it. That's totally fine.
Okay.
And I think we're actually going to have you leave this strut bag as is and have you go work tool gathered for the cable bag. But stand by one, let me clarify.
Okay. Try to get a lid down while you're talking about it.
Gina, two wire ties between the color bolt and the M24, correct?
Copy, Koichi. That looks great. That's in a good spot.
Okay. Okay, three twists here. And Gina, another one, right? Close to the color bolt.
Yeah, you'll be exactly that.
Okay.
You need inventory of this bag, or were you able to see everything on the HECA?
Now, we've been watching on HECA, Duke. I think with that, we will have you
Okay, I've got
leave the strut
Alpha
bag.
down,
Copy.
and then let me get Delta since I got it in my hands here.
Okay, copy. That is great.
Okay, Alpha and Delta are strapped at least.
That looks great, Duke. With that, we can have you translate to the APFR. You'll retrieve the PGT and torque wrench, and then bring those to the cable bag and stow them in the cable bag.
Copy.
Is this a good spot for the second Wi-Fi?
That looks great, Koichi. With that, you can finish up there. We'll have you translate to the...
So you'll send you the...
One. Can you see it?
Yeah, it's, yeah, I see your safety tether. And then... It should be good.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just stay here until you're clear of the safety tether, of my safety tether.
Okay, I've got a red on the ratchet, and I see the ratchet is redded to the PTT, so I'm going to release it.
Okay.
Copy, Duke. And as you pitched forward just then, Koichi's safety tether went between your legs, so just be aware of that. It's clear now, but it's in the zone.
Okay. I am watching. All right, then with that, I will translate.
Not yet, Koichi. I'm still here.
Yeah, I see you. Yeah, so I'll stay here.
I need to go inboard, though, just so you know.
All right, right. And I will start translating.
Okay, I've got it. I'm moving.
Copy. And Duke, if you can reach it, just fold that ingress aid down so that we can leave the APFR in place.
We're going to leave it, okay. And I did roll it back to Foxtrot just for your bookkeeping.
Okay, copy. We'll track that. And Duke, we can either have you fold that ingress aid down or Koichi. We'll leave it up to you.
I can do that.
Okay, I think I'm right here, so let's check. Okay, it's collapsed and folded down.
Copy, Duke. And Koichi, just trend yourself toward the mass canister so you're not translating on that mod kit.
Copy that.
Koichi, am I clear your safety tether?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
So a quick review. The two astronauts, Nicole Mann and Koichi Wakata, out at the outside of the International Space Station, have installed several of the struts needed to construct the modification kit on the 1A channel. They were not able to successfully install the left middle strut The side pad on the mast canister did not engage properly, so right now they're working on cleanup steps. They're stowing a lot of their tools, and including the left middle strut, and making sure that the multi-layer insulation, that white fabric that surrounds the mounting platform, is in a good configuration and is going to maintain the integrity of the hardware. And once everything looks good, the two will translate or move back to the airlock.
Tend it toward the lower strut there, specifically the left side. We're not sure that it's...
Okay.
Yeah, so the other side from where you are now.
On my left side, is that the right lower strut you're talking about? Or the left lower strut?
Yeah, sorry, Koichi. That's going to be the left lower, so actually not the area where you are now. You'll be translating to the other side.
Okay. Do that. I'll go there. And do I need to translate the around this TV example fixture side, or can I just translate around the GA?
Checking, Koichi.
Okay, go across the ATFR, Koichi.
Yeah, Koichi, unfortunately you'll need to go down and around to the other side and then back up.
Okay, I'll do that. Just checking.
If you want, you can try to see if you can reach. We just can't have you translating on the mod kit since we don't have the collar bolts torqued.
Right, understand that. But so I can try translate around the BGA, right?
That's great.
Okay, yeah, I can translate this way. Yep. I just could not translate on the market, so I had to go around.
Okay, I was just thinking you could maybe go across the ATFR, but...
This is fine, yeah.
Okay.
Have to take that back. Then I think I have to translate the original plan.
Copy, Koichi.
Okay, Zena, I'm bundling this kit, this cable bag. Is it going on my BRT?
Stand by, Duke. Duke, first we'll have you grab the MUT end effector with the GoPro, stow that in the cable bag, and then, yes, you will be putting the cable bag on your BRT and getting ready to head in.
Copy.
Vita, you're talking about this bundle needs to be added to the handrail just in front of me?
Yeah, that's correct.
It's already wire tied.
Just put the one wire tie on the lower strut, with 3 twists. Same as the right side.
Right.
Yeah. Koichi, big picture, that trunnion pin that your right hand is on right now, we were worried that the cable bundle might snag on that when we go to rotate the BGA, snag on that or on the APFR.
Okay.
So we just want to tend it as close as possible to that lower strut just to make sure that it'll clear.
Okay. All right. Copy that. Then looks like what Dave did is securing one side, so I will tie one more tie around the handrail on the this is the one outside left side bundle.
That sounds great, Koichi. Good plan. Just get that big loop of the bundle as close, tight into that left lower strut as possible.
And then do I need to add a wire tie, or can I use this wire tie that already exists?
Yeah, you can use the existing one.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, the mud's back in the bag. And I'm going to bundle it all up. We'll read it back to the bag.
Copy that. Yeah, if you can read it in the bag and then close up the cable bag.
Okay, Dina, that's this existing wire tie in 3 twists to the handrail on the lower strap.
Copy, Koichi. I see that in your HECA view. We'll make sure that everybody agrees, but that looks really good to me. And I'll have some big picture words for you in just a second about our final steps to get you guys ingress.
Okay. Okay.
And Koichi, we'll have you actually add one more wire tie. Looks like the loop of that cable bundle is still hanging down a bit towards that trunnion pin, and we're not convinced that it will clear. If you see that loop that's closest to your right hand on the trunnion pin right now, we just want to get that up and out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
So I think adding another wire tie is probably the easiest.
Okay, copy that. I will do that.
Yeah, Koichi, I think if you can get a wire tie around that, just like you have your hand doing right now, and then take it up to the tether point on the mounting bracket itself.
Tether point on the mounting, here. You're talking about this?
Affirm.
Okay, and, all right. I have a short wire tie, and might not give me enough length to do that. Agree, Gina? Short wire tie does not give enough length to get there to the tether point.
Yeah, copy that, Koichi. If you're able to just kind of feed it through the tether point, and then the wire tie doesn't necessarily have to loop back onto itself. You could have one twist up top on the tether point and then the other end going down to the cable bundle. I'm not sure that's enough length. Let me work an alternate plan for you just a sec.
Yeah, probably not.
Then I'm going to put this on my BRT and head inboard if you agree.
Duke, let's have you work on the strut bag, see if you can get that any more folded and ready to go for Koichi to eventually put that on his BRT, and then we'll have you head back in.
Copy.
Okay. Zena, can I try to use my short wire tie from this tether point on the mounting bracket?
Affirm. Koichi, I think if you take off the wire tie that you just added a couple steps ago and then move the whole thing up higher. Or sorry, the one that was already the existing wire tie, undo it from where you just added twists, and then move the whole bundle further up that lower strut as close to the mounting bracket as possible.
Okay, let me try that.
And see if you can get that wire tie to kind of hug the whole cable bundle to the strut.
Okay.
My cooling is at 6.
Copy 6, Duke. Big picture, guys, we're just shy of 6 hours on PET here. Your limiting consumable still has a little over 7 hours for MEDOX. So you're doing a good job. Keep it up with the cleanup, and we'll get you back inside.
Copy that. So, you know, this is what you're talking about. So I'm going to attach this long wire tie to the mounting bracket tether point. Agree?
Affirm. That's a good plan, Koichi.
A quick review of the work done so far. Right now, the astronauts are doing some cleanup duties during an orbital night time. The space station is flying 264 statute miles over Western Europe right now. They're just making sure their work site is in a good configuration so it can be addressed during a future spacewalk. So they're using wire ties to make sure the cables are secure. They're checking the multi-layer insulation, putting their tools away in their respective bags. Just making sure the work site over at the 1A power channel is in a good configuration to leave it so they can schedule a spacewalk at a later time to finish some of the work over here. They started on the construction of the 1A modification kit and they were not able to install that left middle strut They took some photos so the ground teams can assess some of that work and figure out what steps need to be put into place to make sure that they can have a secure attachment of that left strut to the mast canister and the whole fixture that will soon be holding up future IROSA or International Space Station rollout solar arrays. Those set to be delivered to the International Space Station this summer. Again, there are 4 total that are already there on the space station installed and providing power. They were today, during today's spacewalk, we're working on modification kits for 2 power channels.
Koichi, if you could tilt up so that we can see the mounting bracket. Just want to get one last HECA survey here.
Okay.
Koichi, that looks great. We are really happy with that config. With that, you can leave that work site. You'll head back toward Duke and help finish up the strut bag. Eventually, you'll be putting the strut bag on your BRT. She'll lead the translation back in, and you'll follow back to the anchor hooks and then continue to ingress.
Okay, so I got all 4 straps and they're cinched down. Actually, let me get one more alpha here. Do you want me to try to make it shorter as well? Are you okay with it being long?
Duke, I think it's up to your judgment. Koichi is going to be translating back in with this on his BRT, so we'll leave it to your and Koichi's judgment about what's going to work.
Okay. I think if I could just get as one strap in here from the other end, maybe both ends, I think that'll just help out from small hazard perspective.
Yeah, I like that plan. You will be taking it back into the crew lock with you.
Okay, so Koichi,
Okay.
yeah, you're going to have it back. I'm just going to release it. It's still going to be tacked down at the outboard end.
Tacked down on, okay. So just one location? Or?
We'll see how far I get before you get here.
Okay. All right.
It's not 2 locations.
Okay. All right. I'll translate towards you now.
Koichi, if you also have good eyes on your safety tether, we just want to make sure that it's not going back around the mast canister and that you'll be good to head inboard from where you are.
I did not go, safety tether is with me, and I'm going outboard to this PD grapple fixture area, so it's clear from the DGA.
Copy, Koichi. Okay, Duke, once you have that bag in a good config to hand off to Koichi, we'll have you start heading inboard. If it helps to both be there together while Koichi puts it on his BRT, let us know, but we'd like to prioritize just getting you headed back inboard. We'll get that strap bag on Koichi's BRT and he'll follow you in.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't look pretty, but it's, I think it's going to be small enough that it won't give him a problem. Koichi, it's packed down in one location.
Okay, is that on the outboard side?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
so the nearest you, it's got one integrated tether.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm going to head inboard to and grab the cable bags.
Copy that. Sounds great.
And I got your, let me just, before you go more, I have your tether pack here, so let me just get out of your way so I don't get tangled.
Okay, I stay here, so.
We copy all. We'll also take a glove and hap check from both of you.
Okay, ED1. Gloves are good. Happy baseline. And my gun sensor down.
I'll get it in a second, Gina.
Copy Koichi and copy Duke. We're about a minute from a quick handover.
See that?
My half is baseline. My gloves look good and my gauntlets are down.
Copy all. Now in another brief handover period, losing that video from the International Space Station. We'll be regaining it shortly. Right now, Wakata and Mann are both still at the work site where they've been for the past couple of hours. Now 6 hours and 6 minutes into today's spacewalk. They've wrapped up their cleanup duties, really just taking those last tools and making sure they're stowed, or in the case of the strut bag, attached to their body restraint tether so they can tow it back with them. But the main objective now is to get back to the airlock. They're going to get back into the crew lock of the airlock. This is where they'll close the hatch and repressurize to 14.7 psi, the pressure of the International Space Station, and get back inside.
Ready to the strip bag.
Copy, Koichi. That's great news. You can start following Duke back in.
Okay. After, yeah, I'll follow Duke, and then I'll try to...
And I'm still here, Koichi. I've got the bag. I'm getting it on my BRT right now.
Right, I see you, and I'll wait for you. Oh, strap bag is really long. And it was heavy when you translated it.
We copy that. And Koichi, a reminder, you'll be going inboard towards those anchor hooks. They're nadir of the seated part.
Copy that.
Okay, I've got the bag on my BRT. Let me just get it tightened down, and then I'll move.
Okay.
on your safety tether. Are you clear? Is it clear of me?
It's in front of you. Can you see that?
Okay, but it's not tangled on anything.
It's not tangled. It's in front of you.
Okay.
It's running through your mini workstation area.
Okay, I'll just watch it as I go.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm headed out.
Okay, I'll follow you. Okay, looks like something is left here.
I grab my local here.
Okay, I'll just follow you.
And I'm back at the anchors there, Koichi.
Okay, copy that. I am now behind you.
Koichi.
Yeah.
Can you pause right there, take a look at our feathers?
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, you guys are catching exactly what we think we see, which is pretty sure Duke's safety tether is hung up. I think Koichi will be able to clear it for you so that you don't have to go back outboard, Duke. And just a reminder for Koichi, you'll be pausing at those anchor hooks until Duke
so
is
stay there.
safe in the airlock.
Okay, copy that. So let me clear that.
Yeah.
All right, let me go there. Okay, should be clear now.
Alright. Sophia, in front of me, if you look,
Okay. Okay, so let me clear that. Okay. All right. So
let me come a little bit outboard because my tether back is right here, and so it's not
Okay. Okay. And then, okay, so this tether is going through your main workstation, so let me clear that. Okay, could you hold on to
let me put a label down real quick.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm also local, but it's good to have two locals. Okay, great. Then let me try to clear that. Okay.
Okay. See that?
And this
This is your safety tether, yes?
yeah, this is my safety tether, but it's going through your maybe workstation area with, let's see,
Shall I rotate like this?
just a moment, don't move.
I think it's just on the wrong side of this tether pack because the anchors are right by each other. Okay?
Right. So it's running here, and then here, it's running here, and then now, okay, let me clear on this side. Running through here. Okay. Is this your local?
This is my local here.
Is this your waste tether here? Did you remove this waste tether from your media workstation?
Actually,
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Yeah, because you removed, yeah. Okay. You can let it go, and then I'll.
Okay.
Okay, now it's. One tether is clear.
On my left side, I should have my waist tether and then my safety tether. Is those are good?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's a local, so I'll remove that.
that's
okay.
a local. And then here, okay, now it's you clear this safety tether around your BRT, the cable bag. Now it should be clear.
Another brief lapse in video from the International Space Station. Again, all of these are just a matter of seconds, really, so we'll be regaining that shortly and should hear voice from the International Space Station here soon. What you were witnessing was both Koichi Wakata and Nicole Mann translating or moving back to the airlock. Along the way, they were making sure that they were in a good configuration with their tethers that actually keep them anchored to the International Space Station as a safety precaution. So they're just making sure that the tethers are where they're supposed to be and where they expect them to be, and that they're not tangled. So they're working together to just make sure those are in a good configuration as they continue to work their way back to the airlock. We're now 6 hours, 18 minutes into today's spacewalk.
That hook,
You know, we're good. We're clear. We're headed
you're
back.
clear. Okay, perfect. Amazing.
I think we are clear. Right.
Carry on then.
All right.
Okay, well, now as I say that, I still see it. You're safety feathers. You're Koichi.
You're clear? Yep.
Okay, so now do you have eyes on the anchors?
Okay.
Just so, I don't know if that's your anchor. Do you see it? Oh, okay, good.
Which one?
Your anchor line. It's coming from your anchor. It's caught on this little handle underneath the cart. Hold on. Okay.
It should be clear now, isn't it?
But it's wrapped around this my tether pack still.
We'll leave the judgment up to you guys, but if it helps, you can put down a waist tether, lock the hook black on black, and undo the anchor hook in order to clear any snags that you're seeing.
Okay, I'm going to do that.
Okay.
So see now I have my waist tether down to the handrail.
And just make sure it's
It's
locked.
locked.
I see it.
I'm releasing my anchor.
Copy.
Okay, I'm releasing my anchor hook.
Okay.
Hey, do you want my anchor hook while we're here? You might as well take it.
Yeah, okay. Let me local then. So I'm local, okay. So let's see, this one I can take it, yeah. Just a moment. Okay, my left waist tether is attached to Duke's ankle hook. Gate closed on both sides. Hook lock on block. So, and Daisy came to Duke.
Okay, you happy with that load pass, Tina?
Copy. We're tracking. Both hooks are locked black on black. That's a good load pass.
Okay, I'm releasing my, unlocking my local and,
Okay. All right. I see your safely attached. And then I just wanted to report somehow my CCO on the left side is not working, so I can hear from my right side only.
Copy, Koichi. And we'll have you guys stand by just 1 second. We want to make sure that we really understand this tether config that we're in before we send you anywhere.
Okay. Okay.
Quick, can you grab that? You see that bag?
It's back. Get back. Okay.
Take it around a little bit.
both of these.
Okay, guys, with both Koichi's waist tether locked and Duke's anchor hook locked to Koichi's waist tether, and Koichi's anchor hook still attached to structure, locked block on block, we're good with this config. You can head inboard Duke, and we'll get you on the airlock gearing extender.
Sorry, okay, copy, and I'm going to bring this a little closer if I can. I don't want it to get...
There you go. All right,
And just to be super clear, Duke's going to head inboard. Koichi, you'll stay put until Duke is safe in the airlock.
Right.
And then after she reestablishes that load path, yep, exactly, you'll be cleaning up the slingshot.
copy that. I will wait. So, he's in the airlock. Okay.
Okay, have it in then.
Okay, you might like to, did you type the BRT?
That's what I did. Okay, thank you.
That'd be great. All right. I'll be following you.
Copy.
Okay, Gene, I already pushed the brakes on the outboard side twice.
Copy, Koichi. And we'll just have you stay put.
Okay, I'm on the, city phone.
Copy, Duke. And Koichi, we appreciate the get ahead, but we will have you also touch those brakes one more time as you head inboard, just to make sure that that's the last thing on the seater cart that you touch.
Understand.
And Koichi, just making sure we'll have you stay put right where you are and wait until Duke gets back in the airlock.
I'm just standing by here, just changing the local position.
Copy that, Koichi.
Koichi on top of the feeder spur.
Okay, copy that.
Koichi on my control boxes.
Okay, copy. I see you, actually.
Great work, Duke. Heads up, we're at about 6.5 hours PET.
Copy.
Hey, I'm back at the airlock. I'm opening the thermal cover.
Copy, thermal
Roger
cover
that.
open.
I'm about to open it.
So right now, Duke, or NASA astronaut Nicole Mann, has arrived at the airlock. She's going to open up the thermal cover and get it prepared so she can ingress. But Koichi Wakata is standing by with the strut bag in tow. That strut bag has that final strut, the mid-left strut, that they're going to be bringing back into the airlock with them. So he's just standing by for now as Mann gets the hatch configured.
Extender, locks block on block.
Okay, wing center is attached to the airlock D-ring extender. Gates closed, lighters locked, block on block.
Copy, that's great news. Koichi, you can go ahead and head inboard. You'll pick.
Salve, galera, Fabiano Fetter por aqui. Estamos aí há mais de 7 horas de live aqui, né? Os astronautas estão aí na caminhada espacial, lá na Estação Internacional Espacial, fazendo aí parte dos trabalhos de implementação aí dos novos painéis solares. E eles já estão mais de 6 horas e meia lá, hein? Então, é cansativo, né? Para quem já perguntou aí, não tem banheiro, né? Não tem como ir no banheiro. Eles têm ali uma fralda, literalmente, né? Então, eles estão aí na atividade extraveicular. Agora uma imagem muito legal aí. O astronauta norte-americano. E o japonês. Ambos na atividade extraveicular aí. Na Estação Internacional Espacial. No momento, né, a gente pode ver aí que o Sol está iluminando toda a região. Então, eles estão na parte diurna da Terra, né? A Estação Internacional Espacial, com as curiosidades principais, aí ela dá uma volta na Terra a cada 90 minutos, cerca de 90 minutos. E diante disso, ela fica aí cerca aí de aproximadamente aí 40, 45 minutos em cada região, né? Na região da noite e na região diurna. Boa tarde, José Valmiro, seja bem-vindo, deixa o like. Estamos aqui com transmissão simultânea nos canais Fabiano Fetter, no canal Pedrônico, a partir aqui do canal Pedalando com a Ciência.
Wakata making his way back to the airlock. This whole time he's in the suit with red stripes. He's got that strut bag in tow. Meanwhile, Nicole Mann, call sign Duke, wearing the suit with no stripes.
Koichi, sorry to bug you. Just to confirm, you did hit those cedar bricks. I didn't have good eyes on.
Cedar brakes on the starboard side is done, and I'm going to hit the port side shortly.
Perfect. Thank you, Koichi.
Sure.
Duke, once you have that cable bag stowed on the airlock during extender RET, we'll have you turn off your HECA and ingress.
Okay, port side inboard brake pedals push right.
Copy. Thanks so much, Koichi.
Thank you.
Now a good view of the airlock. That's NASA astronaut Nicole Mann making her way into the airlock after getting a go to do so. Very shortly, we'll be seeing Koichi Wakata. He'll be taking up the rear and entering the crew lock last. It'll be his job to make sure the strut bag, which is currently on his body restraint tether of the spacesuit, gets maneuvered into the crew lock with them. He'll be the one to close that thermal cover, the soft fabric flap that goes over the hatch to the crew lock.
Como a gente pode observar, estão retornando aí. Estão retornando para a câmara airlock. Até o equilíbrio de pressão, né? Câmara airlock. Vamos ver se os momentos aí finais da caminhada espacial. Já batemos 7 horas de live aqui acompanhando a caminhada espacial aí. O Nicole, o Duque e mais o astronauta japonês ali que eu esqueci o nome, hein? Eles voltam para a cápsula, para a câmara airlock. Iracilba Alves, muito boa tarde, seja bem-vinda. Então eles vão retornar aí para a câmara airlock. O que é a câmara airlock ali, onde ela no momento está despressurizada, né? Então eles acessam a parte interna e aí, após o fechamento da escotilha, existe a transferência de pressão aí, né? Para equilibrar, né? A pressão interna da Estação Espacial e, consequentemente, eles possam retornar para dentro da Câmara, sair da Câmara, né, e retornar para dentro da Estação Internacional Espacial. E retirar o capacete ali. Os TEADs, né, além de eles fornecer ali oxigênio, né, eles fornecem oxigênio, aquecimento, né, importante, e equilíbrio de temperatura e pressão, né, pressão interna para que eles possam ali estar adequadamente Vamos ver se vão trocar de câmera aí. A gente consegue ver teu cara ali. Tem um na portinha e o outro tá voltando ali, né? O norte-americano, o Nicole, tá voltando ali pra escotilha. Sua mala de ferramentas ali, né? Importante deixar o like, galera. Estamos acompanhando aí há mais de 7 horas aí a caminhada espacial. Maria Aparecida, novamente, muito boa tarde, seja bem-vinda. Estamos aí acompanhando os momentos finais da caminhada espacial, depois de 7 horas de live aqui. Devem estar cansados, né? Não é fácil ser astronauta, pessoal. Silva, é muita coragem, né? Os caras, eles estão imersos, né, a diversos fatores de risco, né? Desde um lançamento de um foguete, depois estar lá na Estação Internacional Espacial e ainda executar uma EVA, né, que é uma caminhada espacial aí. Ó, que imagem legal aí, a Terra ao fundo, a gente consegue ver a linha terminadora ali, ó. Dá para ver ali aquele vão assim, é a linha terminadora divisa da noite diurna. A noite e do dia ali, né? Eu falei noite diurna, ele é brabo, né? Ah, legal, Maria. Mas dependendo da sua idade, ainda pode estudar, hein? E às vezes, ou dependendo da sua área de trabalho aí, né? Fazer parte aí de trabalhos relacionados, né? Que a área aeroespacial existe de tudo, né? Especialistas em todas as áreas. Imagine que nós temos um habitat, né? Um habitat em que se pode viver em órbita da Terra, né? Então você tem todas as áreas envolvidas. Tem medo de altura, André Silva? Mas olha só, ali nessa altura ali, se tu se desprender, tu não vai literalmente cair, né? Então não precisa mais ter medo. Tu só vai ficar rodando em órbita da Terra, né, a 27 mil quilômetros por hora. Com certeza teu oxigênio vai terminar antes de que tu caia realmente. Brincadeiras à parte, né? É isso que vai acontecer, tá? Talvez leve alguns anos para tu cair, literalmente. Aí imagina a cena, né? Tu olhar para baixo ali. Ó, ali a câmera fotográfica. Vai soltar a câmera aí, né, tia? Essa imagem que a gente está vendo é da câmera do capacete, né? Agora trocaram a imagem. Então ali é... na escotilha ali, né? Tá colocando ali as ferramentas para dentro da câmara airlock. O astronauta japonês já entrou na câmara. E agora o norte-americano está entrando na câmara airlock. Aí deve levar um tempo aí, né? Até eles fazerem o equilíbrio ali de pressão, para que eles possam retornar para o interior da Estação Internacional Espacial. Normalmente, pessoal, quando é o americano, eles mostram lá dentro, né? A NASA mostra. Quando é a turma ali os russos normalmente não mostram, né? Mas demora bastante ali. A gente não vai acompanhar até o fim lá.
Okay, Pina, with that, do I have a go to ingress?
Affirm, Koichi, you can ingress. Turn off your HECA as you ingress, and then you'll be closing the hatch thermal cover,
Okay,
releasing the hook from its stowage point,
okay,
and attaching the hook to the magnetic plate D-ring, and cinching the strap until you see 6 lines
Okay.
visible.
Ó, retornou para a câmera do capacete. A gente consegue ver bem. Podiam deixar ali, tá legal aquela câmera, né?
Kind words, congratulations on your EVA. Let's get you inside and safe on that SCU. Really proud of this team and all of...
Ó, parece que agora vai entrando aí o astronauta norte-americano. Vai acessando o compartimento aí da cápsula da câmara airlock. Depois fecha a escotilha ali. Faz o equilíbrio de pressão e assim ele adentra o interior da Estação Internacional Espacial. Tudo pendurado ali, né? Câmera fotográfica. Equipamentos. Tá uma copa pendurada, uma coisa trancando lá, hein? Não pode ficar nada na rua. Ele tem um último gancho ali, ó. Ó. O último gancho ali que ele vai tirar fora, ó. Eles sempre andam com 2 ganchos. Sempre tem 2, ó. Agora ele colocou um. Vai colocar onde? Na parte interna. Ele ia colocar na escotilha, né? Ué. Aí e o outro tá lá dentro. O astronauta tá lá dentro. Tá, enganchou na tampa. Que mão, né? Claro, os caras têm que ter um preparo também, porque deve ser cansativo, né? Apesar que tu não tenha... Opa! Tá louco. Bem delicado, né? Essa entrada dele. Ai, meu joelho. Bem delicado. O outro puxou ele pra dentro lá. Então, fechando a escotilha. Vamos ver se a gente vai ter imagem interna ali. That's good. Ó, puxou. Vamos lacar a parte externa ali. E tem uma outra escotilha por dentro lá também. Que faz a vedação. Também olhando assim, parece apertadinha ali essa câmera, né? Já que tem um de 2, mais todo aquele monte de equipamento ali. Só aquela mochila deles ali já dá um... Vamos aguardar novas imagens aí.
And I'm cinching down the strap, and I see 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9.
We
And
copy
you're connected to the SCU?
and copy Duke. You are connected to the SCU.
And do I have a go to connect the SCU?
Hey, from Koichi, you can connect your SCU to the DC now.
Okay.
Just let us know when you've got that connected.
Copy. Okay.
And
Didn't work.
reminder for you as well, TCV between 8 and max cooling will minimize time necessary for cooling on SCU.
Copy that. Okay, EV11, SCU is connected.
Great work, Koichi. We copy all. Happy to have you both back on SCU. With that, you can switch.
Bom, galera, diante do encerramento da caminhada, a gente vai encerrando a live por aqui. Vamos agradecer a presença de todos, muito importante, se inscreva nos canais Fabiano Fetter, nos canais Pedro Irônico, no canal e aqui no Pedalando com a Ciência. Fiquem atentos que estaremos aí sempre divulgando informações aeroespaciais. Obrigado pela presença, um forte abraço e até mais. Tchau, tchau.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.